will officially call to order the Learning Technology Advisory Committee at about 9:40 on October 13th. Welcome, everybody. This will be a very historic meeting since we will be combining two advisory committees working together, dealing with the same kinds of issues, but sometimes from very different perspectives. So we have an excellent agenda in front of us, and I think we will be expecting more people as they come in throughout the morning. Our meeting goes until 11, and then we will include the Graduate Education Advisory Committee. First call to order is going to be the election of a new co-chair who will be sitting right here next to me. Do we have any nominations from the floor for a co-chair for the Learning Technology Advisory Committee?
I would like to nominate Michelle Benacourt from Wharton County Junior College.
Okay. Do we have any others? Right. Anybody want to speak on behalf of Michelle? Do you have any other? Okay. Hearing no other nominations, do you want to tell us about Michelle?
Michelle is the distance learning coordinator director at Wharton County. She's been an instructor for about 10 years or longer. Don't want to date her, but she's done some very innovative things at Wharton with grants and working with distance education and the dual credit in the rural areas. And I think she'd be an excellent candidate to speak to those things for our advisory council.
Okay, it has been, Michelle Benacourt has been nominated to be the co-chair for the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. We need a motion has been submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to nominate Michelle Benacourt for the Learning Technology Advisory Committee co-chair. All in favor, aye? Any opposed? Okay, welcome, Michelle. She's not here today. She is here. There she is. Okay. Okay, very good. Want to move over here? Okay, as Michelle takes her seat, congratulations, Michelle. Following is the approval of the minutes from the June 23rd meeting. Just take a few minutes to review these minutes, and do we have any questions or corrections? Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
There is one correction I'd like to note under number 14, competency-based education. It should be Texas A&M University Commerce.
Yes, that was at the last meeting. Dr. Van Davis did talk about competency-based education and the partnership with Texas A&M Commerce and South Texas College. Thank you. Any other corrections? Now do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
It's been moved. Second? It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the June 2014 meeting. All in favor, aye? Any opposed? Minutes approved?
Excuse me, Pam. Who made the motion for that one? Michelle, and second
did.
by
Second.
Sunay. Thank you.
Okay, the next is the discussion of the Texas A&M University Commerce proposal for the Distance Education Doctorate of Philosophy and Counseling program. That we have a representative, Dr. Schrader from Texas A&M Commerce, and I believe we have Chester Robinson on the phone as well. And is Pam Morgan there?
Pam, are you on the phone right now? Is Chester Robinson? Oh, they're checking right now.
Do we have the phones hooked up?
That's what she's checking.
Okay. As you know, we have a subcommittee that reviews these proposals prior to them coming to the full board for approval. And Pam Morgan from Midwestern State is the chair on that particular committee. And who else worked with her on that? And this Patsy LeMaster from Amarillo College.
And Todd Leach also.
Okay, and Todd Leach. Patsy, since I don't hear Pam on the phone, can you talk about this process that you went through?
The subcommittee got the application. We reviewed the application from Texas A&M University Commerce. Basically, what they're planning to do is to offer a program at a distance in a different location that's already being offered at Commerce. This would be the Doctor in Philosophy and Counseling at Collin Higher Education Center in McKinney, Texas.
Okay, very good.
And just to give clarification on the process for an off-campus face-to-face doctoral program, if it's existing, the first time that an institution asks for a new location, it has to come in front of the Ltac. If they want to offer that program, if it's approved for the first time, if it's approved the first time, if they want to offer that same program again at a distance at another location, it doesn't have to go through the Ltac. But for initially, it needs to come to the Ltac for approval, recommendation of approval.
Yes, ma'am. For the record, my name is Frank Jackson, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Texas A&M University System. I'm here as a resource for Commerce. They may be on the phone coming in, but I just wanted to make sure that you know that someone from the system was present.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have somebody from the university itself and somebody from the system. Okay, as you know, this committee looks at those doctoral programs that are being offered at a distance, and that includes those that are offered electronically and those that are offered off the main campus at a distance face-to-face. And this is the latter of the two. So can we hear from Texas A&M Commerce about the program?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. This proposal, as was stated before, is simply to offer our program, our Doctorate of Philosophy in Counseling at the McKinney Center in McKinney. We offer various programs up at the Collin Higher Education Center at this point, so there is infrastructure there for offering another program. We are proposing that let me rephrase that. We do not anticipate large enrollment increase at this time at that center because we are a non-traditional sort of university where we offer all of our programs at the graduate level in the evening. That's what we're proposing to do at the Collin Higher Education Center as well. We have various faculty members who live in McKinney, so who will be working at that particular site without any problems. We have all the library resources that students would need up there. Advising would occur up there with students, et cetera.
Can you talk a little bit more about the student population you will be attracting?
Yes, we're specifically focused on some of our current students, but also new students who are working full-time, who need more of a non-traditional program, that have a hard time driving out to Commerce to make a 4:30 class.
Are there questions from the advisory committee?
In your plan, I noticed that you address the core, and you indicate that, if I recall, that it will be offered in even years in McKinney and odd years in Commerce. I just was curious, and this just came to mind. The additional hours that are required for the degree, how are they being offered?
The additional hours will also be offered on a rotating basis. The plan is to do one semester in Commerce, and then if necessary, the second semester in McKinney.
Okay, so it's inclusive in all hours?
Inclusive, that's
okay,
correct.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to check on the phone line. Do we have representatives from Texas A&M Commerce present?
Dr. Lofgers?
Yes.
This is Pam Morgan. I was just now able to get through, so if other people are having the same problem, it may have delayed things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being there, Pam.
And we had Patsy speak on behalf of the subcommittee. Did you want to add any comments?
No, I'm sorry she had to do that. I had my notes, but I'm not sure what was wrong with the conference. It kept kicking me out. But I appreciate that, Patsy.
Glad to do it, Pam. Thank you. The gentleman next to me has just questioned the job market need and the indication about the troops coming back from overseas. Would you like to address that?
Yes, what we found in our student population, even at the undergraduate level, is we have a large number of veterans who are coming back with issues such as PTSD and things on that order. That's one of the populations that some of our graduates would end up serving.
Very good.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Charles?
I noticed that you, in the report, you have the information about the head count. Do you have any anticipated head count for future enrollment?
For future enrollment, we're looking at somewhere between 5 and 10 per year at the McKinney location. We're pretty much, we've grown a little bit at the Commerce location, but not by much. We're probably at about 55 to 60 doc students right now.
I don't know how many have ever been to the Collin College Center there. It's where Collin College's administrative offices are, but several of the universities are also offering programs there. It's a wonderful facility, extremely well located because it's at the intersection of 75 and 121, so people from the west can get in, people from the south can get in pretty easily, and it's a very nice facility. Plenty of parking, so that would work. And I would see that any of the people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area could get to this location a little easier probably than driving on out to Commerce.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, looking at this program, we are looking at, I need a motion to request approval for the Doctor of Philosophy program in counseling from Texas A&M Commerce to be offered at the Collin location. Have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve this distance learning program that is face-to-face off-site from Commerce. All in favor, aye? Any opposed? Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, the next is an update on the institutional survey of learning technology. Patrick from University of North Texas has been working very hard on this and has been working many months on it as well. So, Patrick, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Pam. I'd like to take a moment and hand out the results and give everyone a minute or two to look at those. And then also I will distribute a copy of the revised survey based on the feedback I got from so many of you. So thank you. I have some extra copies. Is there anybody here that you?
Patrick, before you start explaining to us what all this is about, will you refresh everybody and any of our guests on the purpose of this survey, taking a look at these issues?
Absolutely. So this survey was an effort to give something back to the distance education practice, because so many of us come to these meetings and share in rich discussions, learn a lot from each other. But when you're not on this group, sometimes I feel like you may not have those same rich opportunities. Of course, we have national organizations like WCET, Online Learning Consortium, we have Texas Distance Learning Association, USDLA, but this was really focused on bringing together practitioners in Texas to help one another understand what challenges they're facing, what technology solutions they are using, and perhaps with a eye towards the future of beginning to go, oh, this is what they're using at another institution. We were looking at that. Let's reach out and talk to them and see how that's going. It also serves a purpose for the coordinating board and this committee. One of the longstanding charges for this group has been to provide a state of distance education type report or feedback. And so this could create that kind of information gathering for an effort to kind of show what some folks do. Now, it doesn't go into what programs are being offered and those kind of things. It is more the day-to-day challenges of compliance, new areas that we are exploring, whether it's competency-based education or dealing with state authorization, which we'll talk about later today. And this was the trial administration. What we agreed to do back in June, there were some different members at that time, was to try this internally first, get feedback on it. And for those of you who completed, I know it was stupidly long, and you gave feedback on which category each question should go in, how interested you were in hearing about this response from others, and then also recommendations to improve either the question or the possible responses. So thank you for taking the time to do that. I saw some folks finished it in 15 to 20 minutes, but in general it took longer than that for many people. So again, thank you for the very high quality feedback there. What I've provided is just the substantive answers minus how interested you were in it and what category it was in. On the draft survey that I've circulated, it incorporates changes I've made based on the feedback I received. It also has the questions grouped by category according to the recommendations that I got from the survey itself. I also found that the quality of the information was really high, especially since many of these were open-ended, and I was kind of fishing for, well, what does the answer look like here? So I appreciate those who took the time to really give that a lot of thought. And I have another version of it here that if you're interested in, it kind of has it in the Qualtrics, the non-Qualtrics type formatting. Qualtrics is the survey tool that is being used to administer this. It reads more cleanly and the questions aren't broken across pages, but it doesn't have them grouped by category. So if anybody's interested in that version, I have plenty of those as well. So, now, I know this is the first time you're seeing this, and I apologize for not having this to you sooner. I was still analyzing data actually yesterday before I got on the road. So you're seeing this for the first time. I would entertain any questions that you have about it from an initial read.
Since we really haven't had a lot of time, can you just walk us through this, and maybe that'll help everybody think of things that either are missing or things we might want to add or change with what you got?
And as I walk you through the results, do you want the results or the draft survey?
Just the survey right now.
Okay. Thank you. I think I gave away all my copies here. All right. So the first category was technology solutions, and a lot of things fit in here. Several that were close with something like areas of exploration. I moved to areas of exploration to provide some balance. These are all kind of softball questions. You kind of, as a person coordinating, directing distance education, generally know what solutions you're using or looking at using. And so the first question just looks at what LMS you're using, and then are you using plagiarism prevention tools, if I recall correctly, that was split pretty evenly in results. And then something I know a lot of folks are recently into, others have been doing a little bit longer, is looking at remote proctoring and secure online proctoring. And there are a lot of solutions on the market there, so I know there's a great deal of interest in seeing what others are using and how well that's working out for them, what the cost structures look like, which is the next question, who pays? And in the results there were, it's all of the above in some cases. The next question is looking at how people are using, how institutions are using and supporting video related to courses. And one of the questions I got is this videos for faculty or videos for students? In this case, it is video that either faculty are creating or that they are using in the delivery of a course. And one of the recommendations there was to name the vendors or services that are being used. Interestingly, most people did that anyway, if you look at the results. The next question was about what web conferencing tools are used for either courses or productivity. What we found is if you're doing it right, you can use one tool that is supporting the institution for collaboration and web conferencing, as well as one for the same one for your online and hybrid course delivery. I say doing it well. I mean, you could have two that are ridiculously inexpensive and easy to support, and it doesn't make any difference to consolidate. And then ePortfolio, what I saw here is I added one. Blackboard content came up a couple times as a choice. That wasn't one that I had predicted, though I should have. I think there was one other one, Sabra. Maybe that was conferencing. But anyway, these seem to be the pretty much exhaustive choices, the ones that were mentioned at least once. There was a recommendation for the next question about open educational course materials or open educational resources to indicate that means open means free in this instance. Has nothing to do with open enrollment and other things. It's using materials that were created by others with a license that allows you to reuse them for educational purposes at no charge to the institution or the end user. Next category is institutional policy, and the first couple questions deal with money. First one is, does your institution offer incentives for faculty to teach online? And then are there special funding models that incent departments to develop and offer online courses and programs? The next one also may have to do with money depending on how it's implemented at a given institution, but it is who owns the majority of online courses at your institution? And then the next question is, do you have any restrictions on who can teach online? For example, part-time versus full-time instructors at your institution. I did see a little bit of overlap here with the question about do you require training for your online teachers, but not enough that I thought they should be a single question, because this did bring in some other interesting aspects from institutions. Next one is a money question again, and there was a report that went out recently, forget who put that out, you may recall, Pam, about institutions and whether they charge more for online courses or in fact less for online courses or about the same. So it seemed like a good question to ask everyone if we're going to do a census with this survey. And thanks to those of you who pointed out that originally my survey, the first two responses were online courses are generally more expensive. So we did add the less expensive in there, and folks were able to write in and tell me, no, it's less expensive. Next one is, do you offer online courses in accelerated format within the long semester? That's been an increasingly popular option and subject of discussion for folks, and if you look at the results, you'll see that indeed a lot of folks are already offering 8-week. I think the universities may be further behind than some of the community colleges are in this, but that'll be something we get to see in the full survey results once we've administered it. The next category is best practices, and I guess a number of different things could fit here, but for balance sakes, I just chose a couple of them. The first one is about requiring training for your faculty. A change I made here, and it may not be enough, and I'll take additional recommendations on, but several people ask about defining outcomes for that training, not just for that sake, but because other faculty are coming in with training from other institutions or from third parties, Online Learning Consortium, et cetera, and they'd like to be able to give them credit, but of course, if they don't have defined outcomes, they can't match it to their own initiatives. So that was a question of interest. So what I asked to do in the text response is indicate if the institution has defined outcomes that would allow consideration of external certificates towards a requirement. For those of you who raised this issue, and thank you, does that seem sufficient, or is there another suggestion for how to handle that one? No? Okay, good.
I would say there's multiple levels of training too. I mean, there's just how to use your learning management system, but then higher levels would be pedagogy and how you really develop online courses. Is there any need to? Because the answer no is pretty. Yeah, and do you require? The answer is no.
Yeah.
What about, is it optional or something?
Yeah, I think the key word here was require.
Okay.
Because, Michelle?
I had a question. Also, one of the things I'd be most interested in is the number of hours. I often get faculty saying 8 hours is a lot. I was happy to look at and see that there's 10 and 12 hours required by other institutions. But just the number of hours, and then, like Pamela said, maybe a difference, the number in LMS training versus the number of hours in, say, best practices or pedagogy.
Okay. This may be getting too long, but let me see if this works, assuming people read the whole response. Please describe the requirements, including the number of hours and focus that addresses both number of hours and whether it is pedagogy or whether it is buttonology, and/or circumstances for which it's required. So if you've taught online for 10 years, maybe you don't have to take it, that kind of thing. Does that seem to get at that, or is there a better way to get that information? Might be helpful.
Jake, I think.
I think we can maybe break it down to, if the instructor is coming from somewhere else with prior knowledge, it almost could be broken down into, a couple different trees of, do we have LMS training, how many hours, pedagogical or instructional design, best practices, how many hours, and then what do we do? Do we have kind of like for our students, do we have kind of like a smarter measure of, people that are coming in with training could be a different category too.
Something where basically they take an assessment to demonstrate that they have the competencies they'd otherwise get through the training you deliver. Okay.
I just recently talked to an adjunct faculty member that is really making his living by teaching at 4 different institutions, and he has taken training at 3. And the 4th one still won't acknowledge the training or the work that they've done at the other 3. So at one institution, he's still just teaching on ground because he doesn't have the criteria qualifications to teach online. So I don't know how you get to that, but it's kind of ironic. He's been through training 3 different times at different institutions, and the 4th won't even honor or accept that or acknowledge it.
But isn't each institution, in a sense,
Separate.
Qualifying the faculty to teach online? So that's one of the things, we've struggled with, not because we have faculty that come in like that, and we have a digital academy which has up to 25 hours of to be fully qualified online, which we use for sort of our SACS accreditation and things like that. But we have developed sort of what I would call a boot camp for those kinds of people who come in, with that, like you see they've taught online, and they need to be enculturated, if you will. And rather than take them through a 4-week unit, we've done like a 4-hour boot camp, which I think is one way we've mitigated that. But we've had to negotiate that internally as well, not just through like academic technologies, but through the provost's office to come up with that with our accreditation. So, institution by institution, it does vary.
That's true.
To follow up on that, what we ended up doing was, it's not required for us, but we highly recommend it. We tie compensation to it. But what we ended up doing was it's like a Blackboard test. So we say, you come in, and if you've had Blackboard training, then take a test. Score 80 on it, and you're out of there. And then all you have to do is take an hour kind of understanding our students workshop, which is completely online. It's only about who we are, what our students look like, and we share data with them about surveys that we've done with our students about their perceptions of technology, perceptions of online learning, and their backgrounds, mainly to give them a little bit more feel of what the campus culture is like. Mm-hmm. And that's all we do as an hour. So we don't really make them go through 5 hours of Blackboard and 3 hours of...
So you would answer no to this question?
Yeah, I did.
Do you require no?
It's not required because it's recommended.
Okay.
We're trying to get it through Senate to get it required.
Any other comments or suggestions to Patrick on this?
Pam, as we talk about this, I realized when you said yes, you said no to this. Yes, I did say no to this. But the reason I did was because, again, it's not that required. However, I think a lot of institutions we have an agreement with, of all places, Eastern New Mexico University, where our faculty take 4 certification courses that we create and we teach, and they offer to their other students, and we allow our faculty to get 15 hours of graduate level credit if they'll complete that. So we offer incentives, but we don't actually make it be a required part of it. The other thing I would ask is, as I was looking at the first question and looking at the feedback that came in, I'm seeing a lot about the quality of the courses, and I would kind of like to know, is there something in here specifically, I looked at it, I went through it, I don't see it right this minute, that talks about quality, like a quality matters type instrument. How many institutions, regardless if your people are being required to train and to understand online, what is the review process, or is there a review process for courses? Because as I'm seeing at my own institution, because they have the training, it doesn't mean the course is always a quality course. So I think that's our greatest concern, and I don't know that I saw that specifically addressed in this.
You're correct, it is not. Do you want to help me write that question right now? I mean, basically the interest is, I think a lot of folks are interested in it too. Does your institution, again, maybe, I don't know, do we want to use require or not, but
do a review of...
complete...
Are your courses vetted through a process of peer review or institutional review or another standard of review for quality?
You probably have to qualify that you're being reviewed for the courses for both design and content.
Very good. Yes.
If you're going to use sort of the CQUAL rubric approach, you would want to have those explicit.
And if we're going to talk about quality of courses, we'll be hearing from Dr. Kay Shelton today about the quality scorecard, which is looking at the quality of the program, which is more the administrative side. Are the administrators doing the right thing? So if we add one about courses, we probably just ought to find out if there's any kind of quality measure put on the program itself. And that might be interesting because some institutions it's centralized and some it's very decentralized. Are you on the mic?
I've not said it. I want to make sure that I want to thank Patrick for doing this work.
Yeah,
this was yeoman's work, and the survey may seem long, but it is very useful. When to me, I think if we add one more question I think we should add in there, I certainly thought about it, is asking people if they do any research on effectiveness. Is there a correlation between faculty going through training and student survivability in the course, students doing well in the course, faculty satisfaction in teaching? Because I suspect that one of the advantages we'll have with this survey is it's going to serve as a heuristic for people who don't do these things.
Yes.
So when you look through the survey, you start, hey, wait a minute, I didn't think about that.
I should be doing that.
Yeah.
Especially when subsequently you see the results and go, everybody else is doing that.
Yeah. So I think, but I really want to make sure, I really thank you for doing this, Patrick. It really was, it's a process getting it into Qualtrics in the right stages, even though it's easy, but it's still painful. So
I love Qualtrics.
Thanks for doing this.
It is very, you're welcome.
Yeah.
It is very powerful. It is tricky once you have things in one order to then copy them and get them into groups and stuff. But it just takes a little bit of time and manual manipulation. So I like that idea too. I've written that down, Sune. So back to the
Can I add something else too, just while we're talking about courses? It seems more and more faculty are using third-party developed material as a very large part of their course. If that's not in here, I think that would be interesting to see how many are using publisher-created third-party master courses. I mean, some people may actually create a master course within the institution, but they require all their adjuncts to teach it, or it is a departmental course. I don't know what we call it. I know that master course is sometimes a rather touchy term. I know some are calling it model courses, replicable software. So there's something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The next question may get at that, but we may want to adjust it to, because I added a choice that wasn't there when people originally took the survey based on feedback. Who builds your courses? Publishers is one of the choices. And I thought about the possibility of even changing it to ask people to give an estimate of percentages for each one of those and make them total 100. Now, it makes people do math, and sometimes that's not a good idea in surveys, but what do you guys think? Have people check all that apply, or have folks try to get at some estimate of how much of each?
I think that answer might surprise us looking at those courses too, because I don't know if we sometimes know that answer, but it might be a good thing to ask.
So do you think percentage or just all that apply? It's the very next question, who builds your courses?
I guess I'm a little skeptical of percentages too, just because I think you're going to end up with 200% or 300% because everybody's going to feel like they're doing all the work in the group. That's just my take on it a little bit, you know. I mean, I don't know that, thinking about it from a faculty perspective, that they would really justly say how much the instructional designer does. I think they would inflate on all sides, personally. That's just my own take on it. But if we know how much they're doing, it's, you know, I think the big one is it an instructional designer, a faculty member, and what'd you call it? A publisher, you know? Yeah. I think that's an interesting one that would spell a different dynamic than just instructional designer and faculty.
Right, and also a lot of times faculty are using EPACs. The instructor's developing their course, but they're picking and choosing what they want from the EPAC and designing it themselves. So I'm not sure if the publishers always build the course, or is it that instructors are building the course with publisher content?
That's tricky.
Or using, what I'd be interested in, how many are using the outside platform? So you have a primary LMS like Blackboard, but then they're also using WebAssign or Applio or MyCompLab or something like that. And kind of what percent is kind of the instructor-built content versus, you know, out on that outside platform, I think is still an interesting issue.
Do you think that should go in this question, or maybe in the LMS question, have a check all that apply and include publisher-provided LMS as an option, whether it's MyCourseLab or whatever? Does that make sense to put it there?
Yeah, I think you do a check all that apply. That's my vote.
It is a check all that apply, but I don't have an option for external publisher-provided platform.
I don't know if this is an issue for all the schools, but whether they're integrated into the LMS or not, that's probably one of the biggest challenges we still find where there's not a dual sign-on. Students struggle a lot more than when we're integrating them within our primary LMS. So maybe back in that question of which LMS are you using? Do you use an outside platform?
Some of those issues are because some publishers won't sign off on the FERPA requirements.
Right.
So we run into, Bill, I think a lot of us do the dual role, right? We are running distance learning programs and we also teach. And so when you put on the faculty hat, you want everything integrated the way you want it. But then when you put on your run the program hat, you suddenly realize that the publishers don't sign up on the FERPA requirements, and you have a huge problem. And so that, I think, creates some issue. But it's a great question to ask, actually. See how many people are integrating that. I know it's getting long, but...
Well, and I do have a concern about that at some point, because you'll have a mortality rate for people willing to complete it. But also, I want to suggest that this is the first iteration. We may realize some questions weren't of great value once we see the composite answers, or we answered it well. We don't need to revisit that one. So I would see in subsequent iterations, we learn from the full census of the population what are the really relevant questions we want to get a read on in the next year, and so on. So this really is a phase one type approach. But I really like the generation of ideas that we have here. So going back to first the required online training for faculty, and then I want to talk about online course review. So what I have as the rewrite of faculty training is to have 4 options, actually 5 options. LMS training, number of hours, specify. Pedagogy training, number of hours, specify. Prior learning assessment, and that would be they basically take an assessment you provide to demonstrate competency, and then external certification. And then the 5th option is none. Does that seem to cover that?
Mm-hmm. I would like to know, Patrick, if anyone is doing the training online, do they require their faculty to actually take a class online and be a student, or is this face-to-face training? That would be interesting to know.
Is that a separate question, you think, or you think it could be captured here? Okay. Could be a branch, actually. It says, if yes.
That's a good question, though.
Is the training delivered online? And I may need to split that a little bit, because it may be hybrid, it may be exclusively online.
Or how is the training delivered? You you could have that as a drop-down option too,
It is ironic if we would only require on-ground or face-to-face training for this.
Could I go back for just a moment?
Sure.
Just sitting here thinking about what's going on within our institution, every course has to have required components in Blackboard, so that means that everybody is teaching using the LMS now. That's a really good choice to take us into the age of technology. However, when we did that, we didn't think about accessibility. So as we're talking about quality matters, we probably need to somehow just mention accessibility, because when we put some of our courses recently up on a screen reader, it was not a pretty thing. So I think if we're going to get better at this and promote it more through technology, we've got to address those things and make faculty even more sensitive and aware than they've ever been.
You want to be specific in that then for accessibility and talk about ADA compliance or those types of issues? ADA
compliance. We're coming up at our institution with some general guidelines for the institution, and we're giving faculty some instruction. We're not there yet. We're just on the cutting edge of this thing, and we're just feeling our way in the dark. But, if you think about the bolding, the colors, the movement of the icons, etc., all of those things are pertinent to those.
Video is a perfect example of everything that's underdone
and not being captioned, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a little overwhelming. We've been working on this through the summer, and we've started really honing in on some of the training resources that are online, and looking at our own training resources and going, oh my. So just FYI, something we probably need to address.
But that seems like a critical question, and it should be under, even though for many of us right now it seems to be an area of exploration, it should be under best practices, and in my opinion. What would that question look like?
How about something as simple as who has primary responsibility for ensuring accessibility of your online classes? That's been an area we've run into a lot of problem. Is it the Disability Services Office that they provide them with the assistive technology? However, if the courses when they're being developed are not also conscious of that as well, there's still a lot of reworking. Or is training offered? Or how are accessibility issues addressed in your distance learning programs? How make it a nice open-ended to start? How are accessibility issues addressed in your distance learning programs?
And leave it open-ended.
And leave it open, then we can see.
I like that.
The only thing I would be afraid of there is that most faculty, most people responding are going to throw it back to the accessibility office.
And that's why I kind of wanted to...
So kind of the design process needs to be in there, because we're working directly with our accessibility office. They don't understand development of online resources. We don't always understand accessibility. We had never put a course on screen reader until recently, and it's a frightening experience the first time you see it and seeing what these students are experiencing.
It truly is, especially go back to the e-packs and the publisher content. We have faculty will put some PowerPoint up, and just by the very nature of how a lot of publisher packs are built, the screen reader will read will read copyright, and then it will read the publisher name, then the screen title, then the picture title, then the content. It goes in all different orders.
And they'll do that for every time they make a selection on the screen.
Every single time.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of issues that need to be looked at.
Yeah. Something we determined recently, and I guess we should have known this, but we didn't, that our ODA office is a resource for students only. So we had a faculty member with a disability need to use a screen reader, and they're like, we can't really help with that. Like, well, we don't have these skills, so yeah, what do we do? And this was something we just tripped across. We were like, of course, ODA will help. And not that they're not generally very helpful. That's outside their scope, though, so that was interesting. In terms, I think we do add a general question here. Patsy, I'm open to amending that. It's basically how are accessibility issues addressed in online courses on your campus right now, but I'd be happy to amend that.
I would just say on your campus and maybe somehow put in there individual course content is reviewed or something. I think we have to get it down to the level of each course because otherwise, like I say, at our institution, everybody thinks that Blackboard is already accessible because that's what they say. But then they're not thinking about the content that they're throwing in there and whether it's accessible. So that's where we're running into our difficulties.
So is it how are accessibility issues for each course addressed on your campus, for each online course?
Or even for the content in your course. Yeah.
I had a faculty member recently say this is the faculty member's Mount Everest. I mean, they've been able to develop courses up to this point, and now it's just getting so difficult to know how to do all of this. I think it's an important issue.
I don't know if this would be a separate question or a piggyback, but who actually oversees the compliance on your campus? Whether it's a team or, instructional designers. Again, I like that. Not just throwing it back to the ADA, but who actually is the people that are overseeing to make sure that this is happening. I know at my institution, obviously, I'm a one person shop, so it's real easy. As the instructional designer, as the reviewer, as the trainer, I make sure it's in there. So, are all aspects being included in the compliance?
Could we go back to what Patsy was saying on the course quality question? I think a lot of these issues came about because of the course quality rubrics that we adopted at the various institutions. And so maybe take it out of a standalone question and say, do you have an online course quality review process? And then check all of the areas that are kind of assessed, because that's where the accessibility, a lot of those quality matters categories come out.
So I didn't get back to the new question, but it fits perfectly to do that. The new question, based on the interest in online course quality reviews, does your institution complete the following types of online course reviews? Course design, content, accessibility. Before it was both, but now I have to come up with something else there. Or let's check all that apply, so I leave out both, and then the other option is none. So course design, content, accessibility, or no course review. And I can provide text boxes for each if we want folks to be able to specify what type of review they do along each of those categories. Does that work? So the accessibility question, if we put it under online course review, maybe it goes away here, but I'd like to mention something a colleague of mine sent me a couple weeks ago that drills deeper into this, and maybe we can ask for that report to come to this group and maybe circulate broader. Richard Leslie, who's the coordinator for Center for Teaching and Learning at McLennan College, sent me a survey at the end of September, and it was about accessibility and who is responsible, and it drills pretty deeply into these. I think there are Let me see, I have it up here. Example, for your campus, please define what compliance means in terms of reasonable accommodation for the disabled student when providing class notes. Separate question when providing transcriptions. Separate questions when providing captioning for videos and multimedia. What's your policy on that? Who has the primary responsibility for providing the services on campus when compatibility with screen readers for classroom and online uses is required? So that in mind, I mean, there are a lot of questions I think we all have about accessibility. I'd like to talk to Richard. He is putting this together for a TXDLA conference that's coming up in April. I don't think he would mind having extra publicity for it in the meantime, but I will get in touch with him and see if that's something he'd be willing to share it when it comes available.
That sounds good.
So I think we're ready to move forward, but I have one new question on online course reviews. I have new options for the required online training. Who builds your courses? We have publishers in there now. I think that addresses the third-party material. Anything else before we go to the student readiness question?
Can we ask if we do use master courses? Is that there?
That is not there. But somebody, that's not a who, that's a what. So how could we put that in who builds your courses? Instructors, instructional design team, publishers, master courses seems
How about instructors, single course instructors, master course for departmental use, or kind of double it up?
Sure. Instructors, single course, separate option. And this is all that apply. Instructors, what's the right term? Master? I know, but you kind of, no.
I think master course is probably going to be understood the best. It just pushes a couple buttons.
Master/model course.
I like that.
Master/model course. Well, remember, the folks whose buttons it's going to push are us when we are completing the survey the next time, right?
Well, our buttons don't get quite as pushed with master course, but faculty might not like that.
Okay. Master model course is the option. Okay. Anything else?
Yes, Patrick. I would like to revisit question 14 because this is a hot topic.
Which one is 14 in the
14
survey?
deal with online courses, online lab, dealing with science classes. And probably Pamela and Andrew, you probably all can help me. I just need clarification here because many of the faculties have approached me and say, based on their communication, that if it is a course, a science course, that is a general science course, then the students can transfer from a 2-year community college, and the courses are transferable if the lab is online. But if the lab is online and the student has declared that they're majoring in that, like nursing or something like that, then the students have to take another course once they get to a 4-year institution. And I just want clarification, or I don't know if that's a question, or I'm just throwing it out for discussion. But when I get back, they want me to have an answer.
We distinguish between science majors and non-majors. That if it's a non-majors course, they can take it online. But most of our allied health people say if it's a majors course, they want it in the lab. I don't know how we distinguish it, but I know that's how we do.
So the answer is they have to take another course when they leave.
And that would be up to, it may be the course that they are taking. Because we have a biology for non-majors.
I think what you're asking, though, if they take it at a 2-year college and it's taught online, how would they know it was taught online if you go to a 4-year institution? Because it's not transcripted as an online lab class. It's just transcripted as biology.
Oh, correct. But I'm just saying that they said they did their research and said that
they would have to know the section, though, the student was in, because it would just transfer. It's an issue, I know.
I think that's going to vary by institution. I mean, it's a curricular issue. Each department is going to make their choices about what they accept or not accept. I think most departments do take that same approach of non-majors are treated a little differently than majors are. But I think it's going to vary very broadly, and it's unfortunately not something that falls under online learning agendas. It's a curricular issue. I think we can advocate for it, but
Yeah, I agree.
it's a question that needs to be broadly addressed in curricular groups.
And as far as the coordinating board is concerned, I would see this as to be an institutional decision. It's not through us that we give you regulation on what you do for that lab course.
I would agree. And since curriculum, it's a SACS issue, and they would say that it is the decision of the faculty since it's a curricular issue. And it might vary within the institution across the sciences or whatever area a lab is taken in. So I would say, yeah, but the point is, how would you know? You wouldn't. So I don't know to what extent they may be going to do the research. And if they're doing it for some students and not for others, it seems like there's a discrimination issue that's possible there too that could be raised. Like, so if I transfer it from another four-year institution, it's fine that it was online, but not from a two-year college, or this two-year college, but not that two-year college. And faculty can do that, but I certainly, as a distance education director, wouldn't feel comfortable mandating in any sense the learning. But good question. Thank you for raising it, Charles. So the next question on the revised survey is, do you determine a student's readiness for online learning? If so, please describe. And it's gone under different names, whether it's Learning Readiness Indicator, READY, LRI, Smarter Measures. That was the most common answer I got, which makes a lot of sense knowing that there is a blanket license for two-year colleges in Texas, not the same for four-year institutions. But that was the predominant answer. But it was interesting to see there were other approaches to it as well, and others simply are not, don't have a specific initiative around that. Any questions about that one? I think it's just an interest question to see what people are doing, if they're doing anything at all. The next one is, and this sounds like it's a SACS question, but it's really just to see in terms of best practices, what are people doing differently to accommodate online learners and providing student services? And someone suggested giving some examples like online writing lab, digital library, and online tutoring service. So thank you for providing those two. But it is not meant to be a, okay, this needs to be 5 pages SACS response. This is kind of, maybe it should be even labeled, what are you doing innovative that to provide student services? But I like the answers that it generated as it is, but I'd be willing to consider modifying.
Patrick, when we were talking about the length of the survey, this was the one that for me seemed like it would be the hardest. It would be one of the longer answers to fill out. And so I almost wonder if we don't do it as a drop-down box, like just say library services and kind of a little open space so they can just fill in the different areas. But there's so many different ways that the student services are provided, even if you're just listing. I'd like to see where there's any gaps, for instance, where are the biggest challenges. So if we kind of listed them out with a little open space for, please specify, then they can check them and mark what they're using, like online tutoring, NetTutor, and let them fill in what they're using, but then we might be able to see what area is kind of least representative.
Okay, so change it to a drop-down, kind of try to provide exhaustive options with a text box for each so they could provide the vendor or service that they're using or approach, and then have an other where we can capture things that I didn't think of, which will be a lot. But and then in the subsequent administration of this, we could have those items that seem to be popular. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. The next question is, what is the biggest single distance education challenge you are facing? I love this question. It's the one that you go, what? And I love the answers for it too. Well, I don't really love the answers, but I love to know I'm not alone in this struggle with compliance and state authorization and so on. So the next category is areas of exploration. And some folks may say, that's not an area of exploration. We've been doing that for years. by and large, I think these fit together here for most of us, that there's still things that we are looking at, maybe not engaged in heavily, though there will be exceptions. The first one is with online or home-based science labs, something we've been exploring on our campus, but we haven't made a commitment to use any. Now, there's things like my biology lab and those kinds of things, which aren't so much labs as they are support for biology, and in some cases even a remediation in biology. But wanted to see what folks are doing, what products they're using, and what disciplines they might be using, either online or home-based, and get some sense of who the vendors are that are making a difference on your campus in this effort to provide an extension of the laboratory experience to distance learners.
Isn't one of the providers, though, actually named Online Labs?
I don't know. Is there one? There's Late Night Labs. There's...
Trying to think.
You could call it Labs Online or...
Labs.
Very possible. Whoever got to it first.
I think there might be. That almost sounds like a name. Either we're using
I will check that.
eScience Labs and...
So make sure Online Labs is not...
Maybe just don't capitalize the L.
Look it up for you.
Bill's going to look it up, so we'll move on, but we'll have an answer before we adjourn, I'm sure. Next one is, do you have any special initiatives working with publishers to lower textbook costs? Now, I stated what the goal is here to it could be to make sure students have their books on the first day of class, so to increase student success. But really I wanted to focus in on the it's cheaper for students aspect, because that also has to do with student success. And then I gave a couple examples that it might include common course textbook adoption, cross-sections, or charging a course fee to ensure all students have it, and that course fee is generally lower than what they would pay the bookstore or online for that same book. So this was really just what are folks doing in this space. Any questions about that one? Michelle?
My only question was, I wasn't sure if the folks that this survey is going to go to will necessarily have this. This might be more of a departmental question, if departments are doing the common course adoption or campus-wide, if these are going to primarily be going to distance ed directors and whatnot. I'm not sure that they would know.
So we changed it to, are you aware of, instead of do you have? Or is there interest in looking at this question, even if it may not be the answer you'd get if you asked someone X department? And generally, in your roles, are you involved with publishers about textbook discussions, or is this something that really does just sit at the department level or the faculty level?
I think that's going to vary, right? I mean, I think the longer you've been at an institution, the more you get put on every committee that exists.
Mm-hmm.
So some of us serve on random things that have nothing to do with what I do. I mean, it's like environmental safety. All right, fine. So I think that may vary. Though I do think that I would be interested in knowing about e-textbooks. If there's a widespread adoption of e-textbooks. And I would imagine that people in our role would possibly be in that conversation no matter what. I guess it's a curricular decision, but I think we would probably be there to help install packs and put them across course sections. So maybe we can tweak that slightly to ask about textbooks, digital books, however you want to call it.
I do think that this is a very valid question, and I echo exactly what you simply said. As long as you're at that institution, you get an opportunity to serve on a variety of committees, and you do have an opportunity to share your input dealing with different publishers. And I know that worked very well at our institution.
I wonder, in your introductory message to these people to whom you're addressing this survey, you might just indicate that if they don't have the answer, if it's not something that is in their area, that they might reach out to other people. Because as I did it, I got 2 or 3 people with me in a room behind a computer to support what I was saying, and I think most of us do that, so maybe we just need to remind them that it's not a one-person survey. It may reach several dimensions of the college.
Was that a helpful process, having those conversations, because you learned the things that you didn't know that needed to go in the survey?
Absolutely, because I have people that have specializations within my area. And when I started through it the first time, I thought, whoops, I'm not really real sure about this. So I waited until I got them in the room with me, and then we went through it together as an exercise.
Very good suggestion. So to the question, including e-textbooks, and really maybe the question isn't, are you aware of, or what are they, but find out, as this role of distance education person, are you involved in conversations about? And then if they are, they can describe what those conversations are, or in what role it is, whether it is a retention management committee or a textbook consideration committee. So are you involved in conversations about special initiatives working with publishers to lower textbook costs? This might include e-textbooks, common course textbooks, adoption across sections, or charging a course fee. Could include other things too, so I don't want to be too prescriptive there.
You could break each of these down into as options, right? So it would be.
And then other.
Yeah, A, B, C would be A would be digital textbooks, common B
Three
would be
options.
common course adoption. Yeah, just break them on as options, and then no, other and no.
And then a text box for each so they can describe what those might be.
Or it could be a custom textbook too.
Right.
Or it could be OERs to avoid textbooks.
That's right. I think he has a question about OER somewhere before, right? Already.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, might even. I mean, I thought that generated a good response, the OER one. But if we provide a text box here, it might actually get rid of the questions. Wouldn't that be cool for folks filling it out? Okay, so I have 5 options: e-textbooks, common course across sections, charging a course fee, custom content, OER, and none. And a text box for each. Sound good?
That's good.
Okay. Next one is, are you participating in public-private partnerships for online course and program development and delivery, including partnerships with publishers? If so, who? If you had them previously but moved away, please explain. And at least one person asked, this wasn't very clear, not sure what you were asking about here. This really came out of an increasing number of institutions are either engaged in or considering partnerships with for-profit companies to help them either develop their program or market their program or provide some type of other instructional support to their program. And it may be publishers, it may be a third party that is strictly set up to align with this purpose, but that's what it's trying to get at is, are you talking about this? Are you in this kind of relationship? I know at the University of North Texas, we had looked at opportunities, decided we could do most of this stuff internally. The marketing is still the piece that I feel we have a lot of work to do on. We're used to just opening the doors and let folks come in, and when you really want to explode enrollment in a particular program and you've designed the courses to do that and you've gone to 8-week format and so on, you have to really be focused with your marketing effort, or you're going to have kind of just the same thing you had before with stable but not growth type enrollment. The next one is, does your institution have a competency-based education initiative? There are probably tons of better ways to explore this issue. This is just trying to get it out there the first time to see what the folks are doing. And I didn't go down the whole road of delineating competency-based education from prior learning assessment, and because I don't know that I especially am that interested in how well you're already using things you have like ACE credit and CLEP and AP and that kind of stuff. It is more, are you delivering Well, are you awarding credit for either direct assessment or competencies that may align with the credit hour but sit outside of the credit hour framework? Align with it because you're in a SACS region. But that's kind of just a foray into what are people doing around competency-based education. And if people want to respond, we're doing CLEP or whatever, that's fine too. But I know there are more innovative things that are rolling out, and I think we want to tap into that. The next question is about predictive learning analytics in your online courses and programs. It seems like people are interested in it, but not that far down the road. I think it's getting a lot of buzz right now. We've got major players in Texas, Civitas being one of those that I'm sure many of you are aware of, but also things within our learning management systems that offer some of these features too. They're out-of-the-ground solutions. People are programming to tap into their enterprise information system for students, dashboard, do visualization. So interested in seeing what people are doing and how that's coming together. The next category is regulatory compliance issues. And the recommendation was to mention exactly what standard in SACS it was I was asking people to address, since I mentioned two things. I mentioned identity verification and student authentication. I want to stick just to the one way of describing it, which is identity verification. Student authentication is a means to do that. And I didn't go into the other two standards of 4.8, which are about privacy of the students and verifying that you're not charging a fee to verify their identity. But the one I think is most interesting, what are you doing to demonstrate that the student getting credit for the course is a student doing the work for the course? And so I provided the definition here verbatim. And I think the most popular answer was secure login and password. Yes. All right. Yay. And proctor examinations was another answer I saw. But other than that, not a lot of interest in, or at least I don't think I remember seeing anything about biometrics, anything like that. That's, I think, generally among this group at least, we're watching and waiting, and that's an expense, and if we can avoid it and accomplish the job, it's probably where we want to be. So the next one, and this was one that someone suggested, so if you don't like it, I'll tell that person, but it's who manages distance education at your institution per the SACS understanding of this issue? Like anybody understands the SACS understanding of this issue. But what I would link to here was their document that mentions the requirement for evaluation, which falls to whoever is managing it. So that's really kind of what we're getting to. But more generally, okay, if you're not in the SACS conversation right now, you probably should be. This is kind of one of those heuristic things to go find out about this and decide who it is if you don't already know. And you can tell us, but moreover, you need to know. So when you have your site visit somewhere down the road, you're not flat-footed. The next one is about state authorizations, and this affects any of us who are delivering courses online outside of the Texas borders. And very general question, how are you handling it? Crying may be the answer that we'll see most, but depends on how heavily invested you are outside the state of Texas. Of course, NC Sarah holds great promise for us as Texas considers joining that compact. The SREB arrangement already helps us in SECRA, so that's fantastic. But it'd be nice to see how many. I asked how many states have either met authorization requirements or been exempted from. I didn't ask the more pointed question of how many states you're doing business in where you don't really have either of those in place. But I don't know that I expect an honest answer on that. Maybe I can get a proxy.
No, we want to do that.
That's right. That's right. So, and that's the last question, ending on I don't know, is that a high point? No, just ending there because that was the last question in that category. So, and I blew through the first ones without a lot of discussion, but they really were just looking at what technology solution are you using for this. Are there any of these that anybody would like to go back and revisit?
Just on question number 4, if you're using the external exam proctoring, who pays for?
Yes.
I would could you add another combination? Sure. A lot of the exam proctoring now have the option of the base model is with the institution, and then anything for like same-day testing or testing within a week is an additional cost that students bear, but there's also a lot of the vendors allow actually kind of a negotiate it down. It'll cost the students less if we agree to pay a flat fee.
It's a fat fee, isn't it?
It is. It wasn't a slip. No. So just to add a combination, I'd like to see,
We have check all that apply. How would you change it? So we have student separate course fee, student direct purchase, institution, other.
just kind of a institution-student combination.
All that apply?
It is a check all that apply.
Okay, that'll work.
Good. Christina?
I wanted to go back to the training question.
Yes.
I was one of the one that asked for the outcomes to be listed.
Yes.
Or for people to list them. What about listing some of the outcomes that we would hopefully presume? Obviously, the learning management system would be one of them. Do you know how to click the buttons? And then do you train on ADA? Do you teach your instructors how to meet those requirements? What about copyright? Because we're in the situation where for our adjuncts, we'd love to accept certifications from other institutions, but we don't necessarily know just because you were trained at another institution, did you learn, about the ADA requirements or any of those others? And maybe just some of the biggies, and then leave an open area for them to comment on more.
Well, you sound like you'd like to collaborate on this one, so how about we make it a separate question, because it is really getting into the nitty-gritty of what are your outcomes. So if you can come up with what outcomes you'd like to have people test against and say yes to that, yes to that, I can make this a branching question. So if you say yes, LMS training, pedagogy training, prior learning assessment, how do you certify that you are meeting the requirement of the institution? Then we can have a separate one on what are your defined, if you have them, what are your defined learning outcomes? And then we'll put yours, and then we'll have an other box where people can add multiple other ones, and we can kind of get a sense in aggregate, well, what are the outcomes really that we're looking at? They probably should align with things like the quality scorecard and quality matters, and those certainly SACS principles of good practice for online, those kind of things. Does that make sense to add a different question there? Because it really is drilling down into, there are different ways that you can meet this requirement, but then what are the outcomes for that requirement?
If you offer or require, and that may be going back to, we say required and some strongly recommend, but if you offer the training, what do you cover within your training?
Yeah.
Well, I think we've spent quite a bit of time on this. And first of all, on behalf of the entire committee, Patrick, thank you very, very much for all your work in this. It's just been excellent. And I think the outcomes of the survey will be valuable to all of us. And we'll be able to use that. One more?
That's it.
Okay, one more question.
That's it. When I shared this with the academic officer at my institution, they weren't too clear on what are we asking about. Are you exploring competency-based education? Do you mean competency-based education to get credit, or competency-based education for? They asked me. They weren't too clear, so
For credit, and I don't say that here, so I think it may bear in including that, but it's for credit towards degree. And I think I'll put it that way instead of for credit towards degree. Is there a preference towards degree or for credit?
And then there's two kind of competency-based, direct assessment or within the course. But I think direct assessment's really kind of pushing it at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, are there any other questions we need to?
I had a question going back to the training, the training question on do you require faculty training. I think we had decided to make it a multiple choice, and you had several options.
Yes, for the training, the options were LMS. Okay, do you require faculty to complete training to teach online courses? LMS training, number of hours. Pedagogy training, number of hours. Prior learning assessment, external certification, or none.
Okay, and it's either one. I would recommend making that a check all that apply.
Yeah, it doesn't. It isn't now marked that way because it was just a yes no, but it will be a check all that apply.
And I also had another question on Do you offer online courses in an accelerated format within the long semesters? I just wanted to be clear on this one. I know at some institutions do offer accelerated courses after the semester. Did we want to maybe ask throughout the year, or because if we narrow it just to within the semester, I know that some of those are flex courses, but I know our institution offers a session that we got to call a Maymester, which is after the semester. I'm not sure if...
This one was focused primarily on, are you doing something new and different within the long semester? So we offer a Maymester also. We talked about a Wintermester, so I don't know when the IT people get their work done.
So it's just concentrated on within the semester. That's the only thing we're trying to...
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear on that. If we just wanted information within or in general.
Yeah. Have you been offering a Maymester for a while? Yeah. This is looking at new constructs basically, and mostly driven around online, but we're seeing it now. We started an accelerated program that was around 3 master's programs, but now we have done the work with financial aid and registrar to retool our information system, so we're offering the 8-week option for face-to-face during the long semester too, and for online outside of our accelerated programs that have a funding model attached to them. They'll be accelerated courses. So that was what that was getting at, but good question. Yeah.
And I had one more.
And this will be our last question, and we'll need to get with Patrick afterwards because we are getting into the next part of our agenda.
And this is regarding do you have any special initiatives working with publishers to lower textbook cost? And that is, I guess we're wanting to gather information on only the publishers, or would we want to gather information on what bookstores would be doing? Because I know our institution does a price match. They have a price match program, so if the student happens to, find the book somewhere else at a cheaper price, our bookstore will match it. So would we be interested in bookstore information?
I think so. The question I have then is, do the options still make sense if we include bookstores?
Yeah,
because the bookstores are less involved in the conversation about, e-textbooks, there's an interesting model developing. Of course, our bookstores make money on used books and rental books, but publishers make money off of the first copy sold of the book and off e-textbooks because there's a marginal markup there, and dissemination is Amazon servers somewhere. So it really was focused at publishers, but I am kind of interested in what our bookstore is doing too, recognizing in that dynamic they're trying to preserve revenue and what is their role on the campus or serving online learners, since if you're online you can order books anywhere and get those savings if you can find them. So I'm tempted to leave it just with the work with publishers, but I don't know. And other thoughts on this? I'd like to capture the innovative practices of bookstores too. Bill?
Yes, I think we might want to consider including the bookstore because, for example, on our campus, 40% of all the students are taking at least one online course this semester, and they may redeem that code at the bookstore for an e-book. So the bookstore has to be involved in these things because they would be, surprised and overwhelmed and upset, and they see themselves as having the first right of, being able to help the students. So we have the experience of having stepped on their toes with an e-book initiative, and we've learned that it's just better for us to include them in the process.
Very fair. So if I change it to read, are you involved in conversations about special initiatives working with publishers or the campus textbook store, campus bookstore? Is that the best way to describe it? Campus bookstore? Does that get everybody? Even if it's an online-only bookstore? The publishers or the campus bookstore to lower textbook costs. And then the options would include some things that might not apply to bookstores, but you just don't select that if it's a textbook thing. E-textbooks, and then the Common Course textbook adoption, course fee, custom content, OER, or none. And custom content, that's basically that's curation by faculty of a textbook that they can pull together multiple titles in a single binding kind of thing. Is that right? I think, Pam, you mentioned that one, or Michelle. Okay. All right.
Okay, we will.
Sorry to take up so much of the agenda, Pam. Thank
No,
you.
this was an excellent discussion, and I think we will have an excellent survey as a result of it. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions. And again, on behalf of all of us, thank you, Patrick, for your work.
You're welcome. It's what you do when you're not to work on your dissertation.
Good. I'll pass it now. The next agenda item, right before we have a break.
Yes,
Andrew
I just wanted to
Loftus.
make sure that we have, Dr. Marshall Hill, are you on the phone?
I am, Andrew.
Thank you for joining
Can you hear
us.
me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I'm just going to let you know what we're going to be doing for right after this break will be your section of the meeting.
All right.
Is Mary Larson, Dr. Larson, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am, and I admire everybody that has a doctorate, but I just have a master's.
That's quite all right.
It's a dissertation that I don't want to do.
Well, thank you for being here, and I just wanted to go to the next agenda item. First was the update on the inventory for distance education. We are still in the process, and it's in the design phase of joining the institutional inventory with everyone's distance education courses so that we can have each person or each institution verify what's going on as far as distance education on their campus. So that's still in the process of being put on a portal so that each institution can, in real time, update their distance education courses and programs. So that's still in the works. Right now it's time for our break, but prior to this, I want to just say welcome to the GAC members that are here, since they are going to be listening in on the Sarah update. Also wanted to welcome some guests that we have as well for our Ltac GAC joint meeting. Dr. Shelton, Dr. Lauder, and Dr. Prater are all here, and we'll meet them more after the break and after the Sarah presentation and Sarah update. Take a break.
So we can take about a 15-minute break, and let's be right back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, there are, if you
filled out the context.
Everything's done.
My daughter's submitting that.
Marshall Hill, are you still on the line?
I am.
Good.
I
Hi,
am.
Marshall.
Pam.
This is Pam Quinn. I want to welcome our speakers that are coming into us from Atlanta, and I'm assuming Boulder.
Yes.
That's correct. Okay, Marshall Hill, formerly with the coordinating board here, is now the executive director of the National Council for State Authorization Reciprocity Agreements. And Mary Larson is in Atlanta with SREB, and she is in charge of the Southern SARA. And so we are very fortunate to have them with us today to update everybody on both councils, because this is an issue that is affecting all institutions that are offering online learning across state lines. So did you want to say anything to them, Andrew?
Well, I just wanted to say welcome and thank you very much for agreeing to participate in our LTAC meeting today. We're looking forward to hear what things you have for us on the updates as far as Sarah is concerned. Marshall, I know that you've been very busy. I've been seeing your name going across the internet. So I was wondering whether or not you could share some insights on what's going on right now as far as Sarah is concerned.
Sure, glad to. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, Andrew, I've been accumulating frequent flyer miles at a very rapid pace, and that's because we're doing well. Just a very, very quick overview of SARA. SARA is a voluntary state-to-state reciprocity agreement so that states can agree upon some common standards and measures for dealing with cross-state online education. We started receiving applications from states early this year, late January, early February, and at the moment we have 9 SARA states, and those are Alaska, Washington, Montana, Idaho, Nevada, Colorado, Nebraska, North Dakota, and Indiana. So that's 9 at the moment. There are pending applications from Virginia, West Virginia, and Louisiana. Those will be considered by SREB's steering committee actually day after tomorrow. And in the Wichita region, there are 3 additional states who've submitted their applications, and those are South Dakota, Oregon, and Arizona. In the Midwestern part of the country, we're expecting applications to be submitted by at least 3 states. The exact 3 tends to vary from week to week, but most probably Illinois, Ohio, and Minnesota. And then in the Northeast, the NEBI region is anticipating sometime within the next couple of months receiving an application from at least New Hampshire and perhaps Vermont. So it looks like our general pattern is we have 9 states that are fully members of the initiative right now. If this occurs, that what I've just outlined, we'll have about 20 states by the end of 2014. Those states that have already joined are starting to invite their institutions to participate. So as of last Friday, I think we had 72 SARA institutions that have paid their fees to become SARA members. All of that information is found on our website, which is www.nc-sara.org. There's a lot of information there. Some of it you have been provided hard copies. I'd refer you especially to the Policies and Standards document, which basically is the heart of what SARA is and isn't. Then there's a set of frequently asked questions about SARA, a list of our board members. Pam Quinn is on our board, I'm glad, and some additional materials. So there are a few misunderstandings about SARA, which are kind of prevalent. I always get the question is, can my institution join if my state doesn't? The answer to that is no. SARA is an agreement between states. Most all states have had to change their statutory language in order to participate in SARA. There's only about 5 that haven't. So a lot of states have already done that, and a good number more, like Texas, will be submitting draft legislative language either at the end of this year or the beginning of next. You know, there are a number of states like Texas that your legislature is not meeting now, so there's no mechanism to change the statutes. So we're anticipating that will occur in 2015. There are 3 states and 1 district that are not part of the 4 regional compacts that are doing this work. The states are New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Also the District of Columbia. So those states have 3 choices to make. They can either ignore all of this SARA work, in which case their institutions cannot participate. Second, they could choose to finally join one of the regional compacts. That's either SREB, NEBI, MEC, or WICHE. Or the third choice is the one that they are all taking. They can choose to affiliate with one of the regional compacts for the sole purpose of participating in SARA. And there are well-developed discussions in each of those entities about doing that. I anticipate that Pennsylvania will affiliate with MEC for the purposes of participating in the SARA initiative, that New York and New Jersey will likely affiliate with NEBI, and the District of Columbia has decided that it will affiliate with SREB. So Sarah's agreement between states, it's funded currently by grant funding. We've received, when all is said and done, we will have received about $3 million from the Lumina Foundation to support the work of the National Council and the work at the 4 regional compacts. And we're making a transition. I should also mention we're about to receive $200,000 from the Gates Foundation. We're making the transition now to full funding through institutional fees. And the institutional fees are $2,000, $4,000, or $6,000 per year, dependent on an institution's total full-time student enrollment as per federal IPEDS system. So the idea is that the largest institutions pay more, the smaller pay less. We're occasionally asked, why don't you tie the fees to online enrollments, or more specifically out-of-state online enrollments? Well, we would, but there's no good data on that, frankly. So at the point when we do have good data on that, we'll consider. I've been asked if we think these are teaser fees. They sound quite low, and do we anticipate doubling them in the next couple of years or anything like that? No, not at all. We've predicated our fees on a sustainable budget. I just don't envision us raising those fees at all. Indeed, if we are as successful as I think we're going to be in a couple of years after we establish some reserve funds, we might be in a position to lower those fees. And we definitely will consider that when appropriate. So those are the high points for Sarah. I think I'd like to ask Mary to tell you a little bit more about where things are with other southern states, SREB states. Mary, do we have you?
Yes, you do, and I've even taken off the mute button so I can talk and you can hear me.
Good.
I'd just like to echo Marshall in thanking you for inviting us to your meeting. This is great whenever we can get information out and answer your questions. First of all of the SREB states are at least discussing participation in SARA. In some cases, it's going to be a little bit longer than West Virginia, and Louisiana. It's primarily because of legislative change. Many of our states have specifically participation in SECRA in their legislation, and they need to go in and open that and make the necessary adjustments. So that's one of the reasons that many of our states are a little bit behind WICHE and MEC. Also, we've had the reciprocity agreement, and we've had a lot of participation from many states, especially Texas. And so the SREB states have to change. They have to go from what they have to what we're going to be moving to for a nationwide agreement. One of the things the SREB has said is that we are behind SARA. We don't want to have two competing reciprocity agreements. So as soon as there are 8 states, SREB states, that have signed on to SARA, SECRA will begin to fade away. It won't go away overnight because we realize some of our states only meet every other year, and we don't want to leave a state hanging out without any reciprocity agreement. And consequently, for a couple of years, as many as 3 or 4 states will have to participate in both SECRA and SARA to get the most complete layering of reciprocity. Any questions on that part? Okay. For a state-by-state update, I can go through this fairly quickly. Alabama is in discussions. They are one of the states that will have to have legislative change. Arkansas does not need legislative change in there. They have already had a couple statewide meetings, and we anticipate that they could be participating this spring. Delaware does want to participate. They've had discussions, and they are preparing legislation that will be presented this session. Florida, they do want to participate, and they're having ongoing discussions. One of the questions there is who actually would be the portal agency, just because of the structure, and that's one of the reasons they will definitely need legislative change. Georgia, again, has discussions ongoing and are looking at what type of legislation they will need to have. Kentucky, they've had a couple agency meetings, and actually Marshall and I will be there at the end of this week. They are looking at what type of legislation they need to have in order to participate. Louisiana has already submitted their application, and they will be reviewed at the steering committee on the 15th. Maryland is having ongoing discussions, and they too are looking at legislation. Mississippi, they're having ongoing discussions, but they have not started looking at their legislation yet. North Carolina is having ongoing discussions, and they need to present to their Board of Governors, and they hope to have it on the agenda for sometime this winter, one of the winter months. Oklahoma does not need to have legislative change, and we are anticipating an application from Oklahoma the end of this year or the first part of 2015. South Carolina is having ongoing discussions within their state, and they will need to have legislative action. Tennessee, Marshall and I were there last week, and they are having, we had a good meeting with many of the stakeholders, and they're beginning to work on their legislation. Texas, I know you guys are having ongoing discussions. Virginia, they have submitted their SARA application, and they will be reviewed on the 15th. They anticipate having institutions join next month. West Virginia will have their application reviewed on the 15th, and they anticipate institutions joining sometime after the first of the year. District of Columbia, we are working with them, and they will need to have legislation. They have some legislation in place right now regarding their ability to have somebody in the District of Columbia be the portal agency, and they just want to make sure that they have all their bases covered. And that's the short version of where we are in the SRB region.
Okay, Pam, I think maybe we'd like to hear questions if there are any and respond to them, if that's most helpful to you.
Okay, there are over 40 people in this room, so I would suspect we will have some questions. And for those of you in the back, if you don't have a mic and you have any questions, you might want to come up here and get one. Yeah, there's one here right on the end next to Kay Shelton, if you need to come up and ask a question. Okay, are there questions for either Marshall Hill or Mary Larson?
And this is for the GEAC members. I'm not sure, is everyone aware of this whole SARA issue, of what's going on with distance education and out-of-state distance education? Do you need any kind of background information on the SARA first?
Marshall, I think we're seeing just a few heads not quite sure what SARA is. Can you give us a brief overview for the Graduate Education Committee members?
Sure, glad to. I had been tuned in a little earlier to your prior meeting and was hearing references to this, and so maybe I've assumed a little too much. Okay, the United States has an attainment problem. I'm in my mid-60s. I've always known that people my age in our country were the best educated people in the world. That's no longer the case for people 18 to 34. And in the United States, we're not first, we're not second, we're not fifth, we're not 10th. We're somewhere between 13th and 15th or so in that. And that's unfortunate. We all believe in education. We believe it helps people live better lives, be better citizens, be better parents, and so forth. And also it has economic consequences in that in an age when corporations can locate wherever they choose around the world, they will go where there is the education level among the workforce that they need, and then they will reward those places accordingly. So none of us believe that distance education is the solution to that problem, but it's part of a solution, and therefore we ought to be doing distance ed in an efficient and effective and high-quality manner. So right now, institutions that offer courses and programs outside their own states have to get the approval, exemption, or authorization, or do whatever they need to do to meet the requirements of every state and territory in which they enroll students. It is as if we all had to get separate driver's licenses in every state in which we drove. And blessedly, that's not the case, because our states have agreed to recognize one another's driver's licenses. SARA is to some extent a driver's license for post-secondary institutions. It provides institutions the opportunity, if they choose, because it's voluntary, to be approved by their state and then be able to make their courses and programs available through distance education in every other state that also signs on to the SARA agreement without going through the regular channels of application and payment of fees and so forth that all of those other states require. The current situation is just an embarrassment. It's expensive, it's time-consuming. If a person at an institution wants to fully obey the law every place, it's a hard task just to do that, to even find out who to contact, and the laws are changing in multiple states. So what we have done is, after about 3 years of almost incessant discussion with at least 6 different broadly representative groups, have come together to agree upon certain things, agree upon what triggers physical presence, agree upon definitions, and so forth. And so we are in the position now that our country was in when we started with a constitution. States were provided the opportunity to ratify the Constitution. They did not have the opportunity to say, we will ratify the Constitution when you change this, this, and this. So we're similar with the SARA agreement. The SARA agreement has now been adopted by 9 states. Additional states, as you've heard, are going to be considering and joining. We can't have possibly gotten everything about this completely correct, but we're not going to change anything about it on the basis of just talking about it more. When experience shows us that there's a better way to do something, or that we've missed out on this or the other, we will make modifications to SARA, but we're not going to be doing it at the front end going in. So we believe that SARA provides certainly a more efficient way for institutions that want to enroll students outside their home states to do that without having to devote a good deal of staff time and money to acquiring those approvals. We also believe that the complaint resolution processes that we're setting up are going to be of better service to students. Let me just give an example of that. I was formerly the head of the Nebraska Coordinating Commission. And if I was in my former job and heard from a number of students that they were very dissatisfied with a online course being offered by, let's pick on the 800-pound gorilla, the University of Phoenix, what could I have done about that? I was the state's executive officer for higher education. What could I have done about that? I will tell you, legally, virtually nothing. Theoretically, I could have tried to convince our state attorney general to do something about that. But he, like the Texas attorney general, is very ambitious, and he has other things to occupy his time. So what I would have done is I would have called the University of Phoenix folks. I know several people in the upper administration there. I would have told them of the problem and told them I expected them to look into it and get back to me. They would have done that. They don't want problems any more than public institutions do. But that's no way to run a system. depending upon personal contacts to get things like that done. So Nebraska now is a SARA state. Arizona will soon be a SARA state. Let's presume the same thing were to happen. If I were back in my former job, I would call someone in Arizona. Arizona would have agreed as a state to help resolve complaints levied against institutions that they have approved to participate in SARA. So I think this is an important step forward. I don't anticipate that there will be lots of student complaints that have to be dealt with in this manner. The vast majority of student complaints can be dealt with at the institutional level, and that's where things start. But that's one example for that. So that's what SARA is and what it's about, and we are frankly much further along at this point with 9 states after less than a year of inviting their applications than any of us who've been working on this thought we would be by this time.
We also know that if individual institutions try to do this on their own, it's a very expensive and time-consuming process, and it goes on every year as long as state regulations change. And probably the only institution represented in this room that is fully accredited in all states, I would guess, is Western Governors University. They're sitting here, and I do know that their president, Bob Mendenhall, had said it had cost at least $250,000 for them to get approved in all the states, just the work it took, and then their payments with all the states. So there is a cost savings to the institutions if Texas joins. And so I would just like to ask Andrew if he could give us an update on where Texas is.
Well, from what I understand, currently Texas is one of the states that needs legislation passed in order to join the SARA agreement. And if I'm not mistaken, there's 2 parts. One, I think, had to deal with the definition of physical presence, and number 2 had to also deal with what agency will house the portal to make these SARA agreements for the state of Texas. So those have to be legislatively mandated, and as Marshall stated, and we all know, we only meet once every other year. So therefore, I know that the coordinating board has the SARA agreements as one of their legislative priorities. So it will go towards the legislature this year. But that's where we stand at this current moment.
Are there questions?
Most every state has to have a statutory change for at least one reason. Usually there is no one that has authority to act on behalf of the state to enter into a reciprocity agreement. The few states that haven't had to have that change have peculiarly had something like that. Alaska is a good example. In the enabling statutes for the University of Alaska Board of Regents, there is a statement saying that the regents may enter into interstate reciprocity agreements to further the goals of this chapter. Well, that's so broad you could drive a truck through, but the Alaska Attorney General has determined that that's a good way to go, and so we're not going to argue with him.
We have a handheld mic being passed around back there. We do have some questions. I think Charles has the mic.
Yeah, Charles, this is Tarrant County College.
We need to turn it on.
Hello?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear that.
He's moving to a mic, Marshall. The handheld mic didn't work, so I think he's now at a microphone. Charles?
I'm sorry. First of all, I commend you and your board for doing such a fine work to date. But can you speak to the topic of how does the president of the various 7 accrediting agencies feel about this, and what is your feel about the governors of different states, since they are, concerned about education in their state?
And can we have you say your name and your institution so they know who's just asked the question?
Charles Dessisa, Tarrant County College District.
Well, Charles, I'm more comfortable characterizing the presidents of the regional accrediting bodies than I am the governors of states. They're politicians, and they're a little bit harder to predict. But let's start with the accrediting bodies first. So SARA builds its principal quality control and quality assurance process on a document that has been adopted by all of the country's regional accrediting commissions. And it's called the CRAC standards, the Council of Regional Accrediting Commissions standards. Those are statements about quality assurance things that institutions will commit to meeting. And they go back at least 15, maybe closer to 20 years. Their origin was as the principles of good practice for courses and programs delivered electronically. They were that was developed by WCET many, many years ago. So the regional accrediting councils have adopted a common document about quality assurance in distance education. SARA requires the president or the provost of each participating institution, whether they're regionally accredited or whether they're nationally accredited, to specifically sign off that their institution meets and will continue to meet those guideline requirements going forward. So all of our discussions with the Regional Accrediting Commission presidents have been very, very positive. I've also met with the larger ones of the distance education, of the national accrediting bodies, ACC, SCT, or I think they lost their T, ACICS, DETC, and so forth. And we have just found uniform support from the accrediting community for what we're trying to do. And governors. We've had governors in at least 15 states now that have passed legislation and signed off on legislation committing their state to join SARA. So I think that's a pretty good indication of where governors tend to be. We are going to be doing a briefing for the staff of the National Governors Association fairly soon. We've had several conversations with staffers there. They're quite supportive of all of this. So I think we're in good shape on those two areas.
The only additional comment I would make is there are two states in Georgia, or in the southern region, Georgia as well as Florida, and one of the reasons they will probably hold for another 6 to 9 months is because the election could determine a restructuring of part of the higher ed system, specifically the regulatory arm, and therefore they're waiting to see the outcome of the election next month.
You might note Belle Whelan does serve on the NC SARA board, and she is also on the executive committee.
Right. Thank you, Pam. I should have mentioned that. And Belle has invited me to give a lunchtime talk at the SACS annual meeting in Nashville early December.
Very good. We've got some more questions.
I've been making the rounds of the accrediting bodies.
We know you have. Question?
This is Charlene Stubblefield with Prairie View A&M University. I want to know, can you talk about what actually triggers physical presence?
Sure. We could do that for about the next 5 hours. Basically, under SARA, what triggers physical presence is what every normal human being would believe should trigger physical presence. That is, let's pick a Texas institution, University of North Texas. So if the University of North Texas decided that it were going to cross the Red River and establish a campus in Oklahoma, and if they were going to build, buy, lease, or establish a facility there to teach or do administrative work, that will constitute physical presence. But some of the more bizarre things that currently trigger physical presence in many states won't. So the University of North Texas can enroll online students in every SARA state. They can do some limited clinical placements of students that are enrolled in their programs. All of this is in very great detail on our website, by the way. They can do some recruiting, advertising, and so forth without triggering the existing physical presence requirements of other SARA states. So we've taken this whole long array of things that do trigger physical presence and shrunken that considerably to the things which are actual physical presence on the ground. So if UNT were to want to establish something in Oklahoma City, they would have to do whatever Oklahoma told them they had to do. They would have to file whatever application, they would have to pay whatever fees, and so forth and so on. Similarly for Texas. So if the University of Oklahoma in Norman were to decide that the Dallas-Fort Worth area looks very promising and they wanted to come down and establish a campus there, the Texas Coordinating Board would have every opportunity to review that and approve or reject it. So the physical presence mess is a mess, and we're having a good shot at resolving it. Not everybody is happy about it. Maybe that means it's pretty good.
Other questions? Question over here.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, this is Sunny Singh from University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. I was wondering if Marshall perhaps could outline what have been some of the major criticisms or concerns about being part of SARA. I've heard a lot of reasons why it's a good idea, but I was wondering what type of opposition seems to be out there at the moment.
Yes, that's a good question. So there are two or three fairly common ones. A few states have tended to behave as if they are the font of all wisdom about higher education, that only they could recognize quality if they saw it, and therefore anything that was a multi-state agreement obviously was deficient. I'd characterize some of the northeastern states like that. But there is motion in every northeastern state to do that. Massachusetts behaves that way sometimes. New York does sometimes. I'm convinced New York will join SARA. I think Massachusetts may be one of the last states to join, but I'm convinced it will. Another reason why some states are hesitant, let's be blunt and pick an example, Utah. Institutions that enroll students in Utah have to deal with the Consumer Protection Agency, and that agency charges fees. And those fees amount to about $190,000 per year. That agency does not want to give up those fees. Under SARA, they would. So there needs to be a discussion in Utah, which is ongoing. But here's the way I think that will play out. So when the president of Utah State and the president of the University of Utah, and most importantly, the president of Brigham Young University, appear before the legislature and say, our failure to join SARA is placing us at a competitive disadvantage to institutions in other states, well, that's what I'm betting on. I think that will win the day there. The third area of hesitancy are some high barrier states believe that, and I'm certain they are right in this, that they believe that the things that they do really help protect their students from institutions that are behaving badly. And they are concerned about whether SARA will do as well as they do. Obviously, time will tell. I had the responsibility for overseeing the regulation for those kinds of things in Texas for about 8 years, and then in Nebraska for another 8 years. So my bet is that SARA will do a better job of dealing with these quality issues than the current system or non-system we have in some states. Those are really about it. Oh, one sort of outlier. in some of the hard right states that are currently opposed to things like the Common Core state standards, occasionally you'll hear mention, oh, this is just another initiative of the federal government. This is another takeover kind of attempt. Sarah is in no way an initiative of the federal government, even though the department has blessed us on our work. And second, even a state like Indiana was the first state, I believe, to back out of the Common Core, but Indiana was the first state to approve to join SARA. So those are basically the reasons, and frankly, the fact that an education committee chair in any state faces a unique situation with SARA in that all sectors of higher ed want this, and so I think that's why we're doing as well as we are.
Any other questions? Another one?
Charles Dessaso again. I know currently that you're
going to speak up, Charles?
This is Charles Dessaso again. Can you hear me? Yeah. I know that you're being funded through grants and things like that at this time, but and I know there's a fee by the institution. But what's the long-term planning for Sarah in terms of funding?
Yeah, our long-term financial plan is to be funded by institutional fees, and our current fiscal year budget calls for us, in addition to Lumina Foundation support, calls for us to take in $600,000 in institutional fees. We are 3 months into our fiscal year, and we have already collected about $250,000. So we are well ahead of projections in that regard. SARA long-term is going to be about a $2 million a year initiative to support and manage. That's for the work at the National Council and the 4 regional compacts. Up to this point, with 72 institutions joining, their average fee has been right around $4,000. So $4,000 times X number of institutions equals $2 million, and the X is 500. So when we have 500 institutions at the average fee, we'll have met our long-term financing plans. I think we're going to get there fairly quickly. Time will tell, but I'm not at all worried about this. I left a job funded by fairly stable state appropriations to go on soft money. I'm not wealthy, and I'm not quite ready to retire. So I've made my bet on this. I'm not at all worried about our financial situation.
Other questions? Would anybody like to just make a comment to summarize some of your opinions about joining Sarah and the work that the coordinating board is doing by representing this in the next legislative session? Yes.
Deborah Garrison from Midwestern State University.
We're not hearing you.
That better? Or do I have to hold it?
There you are.
We go. Deborah Garrison from Midwestern State University in Wichita Falls, Texas. And I just commend the work that the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board is doing to collaborate along these lines. And I would really I suppose I might be speaking for a number of my colleagues who will see, but I spend an inordinate amount of time trying to discern if we are able to accept a particular student from another state in one of our online programs, and I'm pretty sure we've already spent more than $4,000 in trying to accommodate students in areas who really need to have education, particularly areas such as psych mental health nursing, where there's such a shortage of programs and practitioners. And so I truly encourage the continuation of this work and would offer any support that I could towards this initiative. I believe that it will create a much more conducive environment to the distribution of education throughout our nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another comment?
This is Pete Smith from University of Texas at Arlington. We are moving very quickly toward those WGU levels of monies spent. And honestly, I've given $6,000 to Louisiana alone in the past year. We would be very supportive from a cost-saving mechanism, from a personnel mechanism, and just from the health of our programs. Way too much time, as my colleague has just said, is being spent determining particular placement in particular state in a particular week. Could a student move out of D.C. and do clinicals in Maryland? Was a discussion we spent an inordinate amount of time on just last Friday, so we'd be very supportive.
Good. Thank you.
Just add Deborah Garrison again.
You're not on yet.
Okay, there we go.
There.
I would also add that there is a particular group of students that we find are needing to move about a great deal, and I wonder if you are experiencing this as well. But those involved in our nation's military, that's how long will I be stationed here? There's, of course, Shepherd Air Force Base. It has a large presence in Wichita Falls, and we have many inquiries about, I think I'm going to be here about 2 years. Do you think I'll be finished with everything? I want to take a particular number of courses a semester, and then will you all be able to finish out my education for me? And we're like, wow, it depends on what state in which you might be stationed.
I think Marshall will want to comment on that.
Yes, I do, Pam. From a couple of different directions. One, we are talking with military representatives, both from the Department of Defense and Veterans Affairs. And secondly, the U.S. Department of Education this past spring held another negotiated rulemaking session attempting to develop a rule on post-secondary distance education. I was on that panel. The panel did not reach agreement, which means that the department actually can issue or not issue whatever rule it chooses on the matter. The last draft of rule, which was on the table, was, in my opinion, terribly onerous and was unduly influenced by some young consumer and student advocates who seemed to feel that every student complaint was fully justified, that every for-profit institution was evil, that every student ought to have unlimited rights to appeal in multiple states, and so forth and so on. I've talked with the new Undersecretary Ted Mitchell. I'm impressed with him. Frankly, the day after some colleagues and I spoke with him, he announced they were putting any regulation on this issue on pause. So the question is whether they will indeed issue a new regulation. Frankly, Sarah is about state law, so regardless of what the federal government does, the same problems about state laws will still exist, so Sarah will really not be affected. But my guess is that they will issue a new proposed rule in the spring. I think it will likely have the same language that was in the original rule in 2010, that is to say to institutions that participate in federal Title IV programs, first, you must obey the laws of the states in which you enroll students. Second, we're going to check to see if you are doing that. Third, I think there will be a provision for reciprocity, for institutions using reciprocity as a means to demonstrate their compliance in states. The department, through Martha Cantor, through every draft in this last session, through statements from Ted Mitchell, have supported the work that we are doing, and they're going to continue to do that, I believe. I think there will likely be a stipulation in there holding military students and their families harmless from any negative effects of state authorization requirements, either with the department in regard to Title IV funds or as broadly beyond that as they can make it. And then lastly, I think they will call for something to deal with the professional licensure issue. They believe that there is a major problem with students who take courses and programs believing it qualifies them to sit for licensure in their state, and then finding out that it doesn't. No one has any quantification of that, but there are just far too many horror stories floating around. It is indeed a problem. So I think there will be at least a notification requirement in such a rule that will come out. The other thing is they just might take a pass on this and not have a rule at all, in which case the current status quo continues. Maybe the last thing, Pam, I'd like to mention is encourage everyone to look at our website, and on there's an opportunity to sign up for our newsletter, which comes out whenever we think we need to issue a newsletter.
As you can see, this is a complicated issue, and I was on somebody's website the other day from an institution in Arizona, and I just was trying to get information, and immediately a pop-up screen came and said, "You're from a state that we cannot be dealing with," and whatever. And that is really what we're supposed to be doing to other students in other states as well, if we haven't gone as far as UTA and WGU have done, where they've gotten approval. So we have to think about, do we really want to be turning students away that might want a specialized program, particularly at the graduate level, where there might be students in another state that don't even have the opportunity to earn a degree in some of the things that you're offering. So it is a very controversial issue, and if you think about it, in the end, we're really trying to protect, we're trying to protect consumer rights, but we're also trying to make distance education really open to anyone, any place, any time. And so this is one of those issues that has really bubbled up to the national level, and probably nobody better than somebody like Marshall could be leading this charge because of the positions he has held in this state as well as in Nebraska. So we really want to thank Marshall for all of his work, and then Mary Larson, working with SREB, has done a lot of work through the years in reciprocity, but as she pointed out, at some point the agreements that we have in place will be superseded by those when we get 8 states from the South to join SARA. So I do know that as chair, I have heard from many institutions saying this is an issue that we really need to have solved, and the sooner the better. So we do thank the coordinating board for making this a priority as we go into this next legislative session, and we do hope that the state will have a chance to deal with what they need to do to make sure that we can join. I did have a chance to talk with the Texas Senate Higher Education Committee a couple months ago, and this is one of the key issues that we did present on behalf of this committee as something that we would like to see the state address in the future. And therefore, and when I was working with the chair of that committee who sent information back, said it really needs to come through the coordinating board. So I am happy to see the coordinating board is taking action on this and putting this as one of their top legislative agendas for this next session. So, any other comments, questions? Good. You want to?
Yes. At this time, we're scheduled for lunch in our agenda. Let us go ahead and have lunch. We're a little bit behind on our agenda, but I think it's been a very productive meeting so far. We have had a lot of good topics. Why don't we have lunch until 12:30, and we'll rejoin with the joint Ltac GIAC meeting on distance ed.
And thank you, Marshall and Mary, for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let us adjourn for lunch.
Okay. My name is Alan Mickey. I'm the coordinating board liaison for the Graduate Education Advisory Committee. Feel free to keep eating your lunch. This is fine. And it's nice that we're eating lunch because this is an unusual meeting for us, and I hope it will be a very informal kind of meeting. There is enough of us here for this to be official meetings. These are official registered meetings for Ltac and GIAC today. But the format is unusual, so I'm hoping that we can keep things conversational, more like a summit, as it were, than the kind of typical formal meeting that both of these advisory committees are used to. This is an experiment that the coordinating board's doing where periodically we thought we would try to get the advisory committees together to speak to one another from time to time instead of just speaking to themselves and then therefore to the coordinating board. We feel like there's a lot of points of interest that GIAC and Ltac in particular have in common, ways that point towards the future, particularly of how graduate education can take advantage of all the things that learning technology has to offer. How we're going to arrange this today is we've got three broad categories of things to talk about, sort of a before, during, and after kind of organization, where we'll have a section on start, an hour to talk about starting online programs, then an hour to talk about running online programs, and then we'll spend 30 minutes discussing evaluating online programs. And then at the end of the period, we have 30 minutes. It used to be an hour, but between lunch and Sarah, now it's 30 minutes, which is fine. 30 minutes to bring up other topics that we may not have already addressed, or to return to topics that didn't get enough discussion time already. So I encourage you to speak up. This is going to be more of a question and answer and discussion kind of format. So if at any point you have a question, a comment, please feel free to raise your hand and let us know. Turn on your little button on your microphone to make sure that we can hear you. Also, feel free to please jump in with your own expertise. Each of you are from programs and institutions that have programs that have a whole lot to offer to this discussion. So I hope that you'll share your experience with everybody else here in the room as the subjects come up. Let's see. I'd like to take a moment to thank someone who's been really instrumental in putting this whole thing together today, Cindy Valdez, our assistant, who's there in the back, working right now, still working to help pull this all together. This has been a complicated meeting in addition to an unusual one, and it's taken twice the effort to get both of these meetings to happen at the same time on the same day in the same room with all of the mics working. So thanks to Cindy for making this possible. And with that, I would like to very quickly, and I ask your cooperation on this, very quickly go around the room and introduce yourself. Say who you are, what committee you're from, and what institution you're from, and if there's something in particular that you would like to mention that is your connection to learning technology and its intersection with graduate education, feel free to do that. You may have noticed that from the name tags around here, we have Team Green and Team White, I suppose. The green name tags are the folks that are on the Ltac committee, and the white signs are for the folks that are here from GIAC. We especially welcome our new members. We have several new members from GIAC, and I believe some from Ltac as well here today. So we really appreciate you being here, and don't judge us too harshly on about this being what all of our future meetings are necessarily going to be like. So with that around the room, again, I'm Alan Mickey. I'm the coordinating board liaison for GIAC, and I'll turn it over to my colleague sitting next to me.
Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Jessica Faith Carter, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Texas at Austin, and I'll be the student rep for GIAC.
Hi. I'm Bill Angrove. This is my second year on the Ltac committee. I'm the Associate Vice President for Distance Education at Sam Houston State University.
Hello, this is my first year in Ltac committee member. My name is Perla Canales, and I'm from Laredo Community College, and I'm the Distance Learning Technology Specialist.
Hello, this is my first year on Ltac as well. I'm Christina Cross. I'm from the Lone Star College System, and I'm Director of Online Technologies.
I'm Charlie Lackey. I am Dean of Graduate Studies at UT Brownsville. I'm a brand new member of GIAC and also chair of GIAC. I'd like to thank you on behalf of the membership of GIAC for this joint meeting. We really appreciate what Ltac is doing, and we've been talking about the possibility of a meeting with you for about 2 years. We've gotten off to a great start. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm James Goman. I'm the Assistant Director for Graduate and Professional Programs, and in that capacity I work closely with Alan and also with with Andrew on master's and doctoral applications, both face-to-face and distance ed.
I'm Andrew Lofters. I'm a program director with Workforce Academic Affairs and Research at the Coordinating Board, and I'm also the liaison for the Learning Technology Advisory Committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Pam Quinn, chair of the Ltac committee. We also are very happy to meet with the GIAC group. Welcome. I am with the Dallas County Community College District LaCroix Center. And what's relevant about these two committees for me, I did defend my dissertation last Thursday through Lamar University. Yay. My dissertation chair is Kay Shelton from Lamar, and I did it fully online, including the defense was online, so very relevant.
I'm Michelle Betancourt. I'm the Director of Distance Education at Wharton County Junior College.
I'm Candy Tayebi, and I'm a Graduate Dean and Associate VP at Sam Houston State University, and I'm the GIAC Vice Chair. I've been on GIAC, I think, 5 years.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Zidon. I'm the Director of Distance Learning and Instructional Technology for Texas A&M University, Kingsville. I'm a member of Ltac, and I'm not sure if it's my second or third year. It's just been such a great time. You'd lose track of time, so we'll say that.
I'm Roxanne Hill. This is my first Ltac meeting. I'm the Instructional Design and Technology Coordinator for Vernon College.
Hi, I'm Patsy LeMaster from Amarillo College. I'm Ltac, and I'm also the Associate Vice President of Teaching and Learning at Amarillo College, as well as the Chair of Starlink.
Jake McBee, I'm Director of E-Learning at Grayson College, and this is my second year in Ltac.
Sunay Balsole, I'm at University of Texas at San Antonio. I'm the Associate Vice Provost for Digital Learning. It's a name change thing, so.
Didn't seem sure. I'm Patrick Plush. I am Associate Vice Provost of Learning Enhancement and Director of our Center for Learning Enhancement, Assessment, and Redesign at the University of North Texas. I believe this is my third tour of duty, so I think that makes it year 7, something like that.
My name is Bill Robertson. I'm Associate Provost for Academic Technologies at the University of Texas at El Paso. I'm also an Associate Professor in the College of Education and Teacher Education.
My name is Pete Smith, second year with Ltac. My day job is as the Vice Provost of Digital Teaching and Learning at University of Texas at Arlington.
My name is Charlene Stubblefield. I am a Senior Instructional Designer at Prairie View A&M University. This is my first year on the Ltac, and I think I put it under other duties as assigned. This is, again, that issue.
My name is Jason Woodall. I'm the Instructional Designer with Lamar Institute of Technology.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Trevino. I'm Associate VP for Academic Affairs, and I'm here representing Dr. Pat Abrego, who is Director of Instructional Technology.
Mohammed Abdurrahman, Associate VP for Research and Dean of Graduate Studies, A&M Kingsville.
Austin Cunningham, Dean of Graduate Studies, UT Dallas.
Thank you. Michelle Broadway, Assistant Dean, University of Texas at Austin.
Deborah Garrison, Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs and Dean of the Makeda Graduate School at Midwestern State University in Wichita Falls.
Gregory Maddox, Dean of the Graduate School at Texas Southern, and this is my first GIAC meeting.
Bonnie Melhart, the Associate Provost for Research and the Dean of Graduate Studies at Texas Christian University, the GIAC member from the private side of things, but this is very relevant for us as well.
Sophia Montes from the UT Health Science Center at San Antonio, and I'm the Senior Associate Registrar there. This is my second meeting.
I'm Victor Prybutak. I'm a Regents Professor in the College of Business at the University of North Texas, formerly the Associate Dean of Graduate School, and now the Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Programs in the College of Business.
Robin Satterwhite. I'm the Dean of the School of Allied Health Sciences at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center.
Hi, I'm Mervan Singh. Most people know me as Sonny, so I hope you'll feel comfortable in calling me that. I'm the Dean of the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences at the University of North Texas Health Science Center, and this is my first GIAC meeting.
My name is Charles Dessasaw, Assistant Professor of Computer Science at Tarrant County College. That's my official title, but I represent the institution in many other areas, serving on different variety of committees, and this is my first Ltac committee.
I'm Carol Hendricks, Assistant Director for Instructional Technology Services at Texas A&M University, and I am here representing Dr. Karen Butler.
Lisa Thompson, Associate Professor of Educational Leadership, PhD Program in Educational Leadership at Prairie View A&M University.
Joan Staniswalis, Professor of Mathematical Sciences and Coordinator of the Statistics Program at University of Texas at El Paso.
Greetings, I'm Angela Spalding. I'm Vice President of Research and Compliance and Dean of the Graduate School at West Texas A&M University, and this is my first GIAC meeting.
Okay. Oh, this one? Thank you very much for that. I didn't mean to get the people who were in the audience, okay, but thank you anyway. I appreciate it.
We have some guests here today, too, who've joined us. Would you like to introduce yourselves here in the front?
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and just, first of all, I just want to say thank you for agreeing to come. When we were organizing this meeting, we wanted to find people that had actual experience or knowledge, very specific expertise inside distance education that would be very helpful to this meeting. So as we were going through people to ask, we came up with these three people, and I'm very happy they were able to come. They very graciously agreed to attend, and I was just going to introduce them to tell you who they are. This is Dr. Kay Shelton. She's assistant professor at Lamar University in the Educational Leadership Department. She's also an online education consultant. If I want to say, is it with the Online Quality?
Online Learning Consortium.
Online Learning
used to be
Consortium.
Sloan Consortium.
Sloan Consortium. And she has a great deal of information on quality inside online education programs. And I thank you for agreeing to come. We have Dr. Justin Lauder, who is Associate Vice Provost at Texas Tech University, and I should say Associate Vice Provost for e-learning at Texas Tech University, who has also gone through the graduate approval process for getting an online, or I should say, distance education program approved in the state. And I appreciate you coming and lending your expertise. And we have Dr. Wendy Prater, which I have a close tie with her. She's also from the Community College Leadership Program at the University of Texas. She is the Texas Community Relations Manager for WGU, Western Governors University. And one of the questions that came up when we were organizing this meeting was on competency-based education and graduate studies, which right now in the public realm in Texas we really haven't gotten there yet. However, WGU has, and that's why we asked her to please come and lend her expertise as well. So to the entire panel, I say thank you very much for attending.
All right, well, I believe, Andrew, you and I are going to talk a little bit about coordinating board process and procedures.
Yes. We wanted to first start off when we had the three main topics in it. If you look at our internal agenda, this was organized from conversations that Alan and I had with the GIAC and Ltac membership, the leadership, and some of the topics that came from them. The first part was starting a new distance education program. And so, do you want to start with just the masters and bachelors, and we can go to doctoral?
Sure. Well, I kind of like to focus on the doctoral in particular, I think. The doctoral process is always lengthy. It's the longest process that we have in terms of new program proposals. It requires the use of outside consultants. It requires coordinating board approval, and that always adds, some extra effort to the process. Right now, we average about 270 days to process a doctoral application, and that's regardless of whether it's online or not. And we get, on average, probably about a dozen new doctoral program requests per year. I wanted to talk a little bit about the overall procedure. Okay, so there are two parallel processes here. First, if it's a new program, you're requesting authorization for your institution to offer a new doctoral program in whatever specific discipline area that you're interested in. Secondly, you're also seeking approval, perhaps, to offer the program through a distance ed modality, and that could be through a variety of e-learning modalities, or it could be off-campus face-to-face somewhere. So there's basically two forms that you need to submit. There's the new doctoral proposal form, which has a number of characteristics to it, and then there's the distance ed doctoral distance ed form, which is the form that that the Ltac committee considers. Okay, so you're submitting those two forms at once. I want to add, sort of parenthetically, that Andrew is working right now to complete the process of comparing those two forms and making sure that there's not a whole lot of redundancy. I took a look at those forms earlier this year and found that there was a lot of redundancy, much more than I was comfortable with and other folks here at the coordinating board were comfortable with. And sure, you can do some cut and paste, but that's kind of unnecessary work. So Andrew's trying to pare the form down so it will not ask you to do too much of the same questions twice. And well, let us know how that works out once we get the forms up and running, which should be pretty soon, within, I'd say, the next month or two. Okay, so you submit these two forms, and remember, submit the two forms right up front, both forms together, the new program form, new program proposal for a doctoral program, and the distance ed delivery form. The new proposal form is going to be evaluated by one of the program directors in the Workforce Academic Affairs and Research Division. And it'll get considered by myself and Dr. Silverman and Dr. Peebles, and that'll move on to the Commissioner's office, where Dr. Gardner and the Commissioner will also take a look at it. Okay? That process leads to approval for either a site visit or for a desk review. Okay? And the desk review, is where we have one consultant that sort of remotely looks over the paperwork and issues recommendations. And the site visit, of course, is where we get three consultants. They come to your campus and they look at every aspect of your program, and they talk to your faculty, they talk to your administrators, they talk to your graduate students, they look at labs or other facilities, and then they issue an overall set of recommendations about your proposal, focusing on the strengths and the weaknesses. What are the strengths that you can build on? What are the weaknesses that you need to shore up, or what areas could you improve upon? Once you've gone through that process, now we're getting to the point where the parallel process starts to come into play. Around that time, and it's going to vary according to the Ltac schedule, but around that time is when we're going to schedule Ltac to consider that the distance ed portion of that. And again, I'm just going to give you an overview. We'll let Andrew address that in just a second. But I want you to see the whole process in kind of an overview. So Ltac will make their consideration. So we've got the external consultant's site visit report. We've got Ltac's recommendation for the program. Both of those things come together, and if the commissioner approves, then we put it on the board agenda. First, it goes to the Committee for Academic and Workforce Success. That committee meeting generally takes place about a month before the board meeting. And then we have the quarterly board meetings, January, April, July, and October, and so we'll have it scheduled for one of those, and that's where it gets the final consideration. That's the whole process in a nutshell. Now I'll let Andrew fill in some of the details.
And specifically, the procedures for Ltac, they follow right along with the doctoral program proposal process. Once the proposal is submitted, the electronic, and I shouldn't say that way, the form for online education. So you want to offer an online doctoral program. That proposal is then forwarded to me. I will look it over first. Then I will contact members of our subcommittee on the Ltac, which we have a doctoral proposal subcommittee that looks at those proposals alone, just at those doctoral proposals. After that, if the subcommittee finds that there is a substantial proposal and it has all the aspects that are necessary to be successful. Then we will recommend that it's presented to the full LTAC for consideration. Once it's gone in front of the full LTAC, they can either, one, recommend that the proposal is recommended for approval toward the board, or we can recommend that they go back and make revisions and maybe resubmit. At that time, then, if the LTAC recommends approval, it is then sent to the College Committee. Now, we have another type of distance ed proposal, which is off-campus face-to-face as well. That is also under our distance ed realm. Now, for those processes, if the institution has an existing program, and for the first time they're offering it off-campus, then it has to go in front of the LTAC. It has to go through that process where it goes to the subcommittee, and then is referred to the full LTAC, and then is given a consideration of approval. After that first one that is approved, if it's the same program, it's not necessary to go in front of the LTAC for the second time, but for the first time it is.
Okay. Do we want to talk more about doctoral?
I think that covers it right there for our processes as far as LTAC and the regular. Now, master's degree programs, they still follow the automatic approval process. If they said they want to have a master's degree program, they said they adhere to the they certify that they're adhering to the principles of good practice for online, electronic, and off-campus programs. It is an automatic approval process if it's at a master's degree level. The doctoral program is the one that goes through the increased scrutiny.
Andrew, people might want to know what kinds of things LTAC is looking at when you're looking at the proposals.
Oh, okay. When we're looking at the proposals, there's certain things. First of all, we wanted to see that you have curriculum that matches with what you're asking, that you're intending to offer. So we're going to look at your program. However, we're not going to be the last one to determine if the curriculum is what it should be. That's what the role of the expert is going to be, to look at your curriculum. We're also going to be looking at, do you have the infrastructure to support the program? Do you have all the technology available to support the program? Number two, do you have practices and policies in place for a dissertation? How will you allow the dissertation to take place? How will you be advising in the dissertation? How will committee members be able to communicate? How will the defense be taken care of on your online proposal? As well as we also want to make sure that for an online program especially, that all services that a student can get on the campus as a face-to-face student, they're also able to get through online means. So therefore, everything should be in place so that there's really no difference between, I shouldn't say, there's going to be some difference, but as far as the curriculum and in services that are accessible by the student, there shouldn't be any difference between online and face-to-face. Those are the types of things that we're going to be looking for.
In a broad sense, I think for both processes, we're looking at quality and capacity. You know, has the institution created, or does it already have in place the necessary elements? Does it have the capacity to carry out its plan? And then, of course, is its plan a good one? Is it going to result in a high-quality doctoral program, or in the case of bachelor's and master's, a good graduate or undergraduate program? In particular, you know, for the non-LTAC part of the process, we're looking at job market need, existing state capacity, student demand, faculty productivity, issues related to cost, and the infrastructure at the institution, where infrastructure is both other related and supporting programs, it's both the core faculty and the supporting faculty, it's labs and other facilities, it's all of these issues combined together. I want to make sure that there is a need for the program that's not already being met. And that aspect is one of the most challenging, I know, to document. And it's also one of the most challenging for us, for myself, for my staff, for the people that work here, for my superiors to assess. Because doctoral programs in particular are an aspect of employment, but if you think about it, they're sort of the peak of the pyramid, right? That in most fields, not all, but most fields, say engineering, for example, most of your engineers are not doctorally qualified. Now, there's a need for doctorally qualified engineers. They often supervise other engineers. They often run departments and programs at both institutions or for companies. So there's a need there, but when you're looking at things, especially the quantitative data, when you're looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics or other means of quantifying how much need is out there, that's a big net. And it's pulling everything in. It's pulling the bachelors, it's pulling the masters, it's pulling the doctorally qualified engineers. All of those things are working together, so we're trying to get an overall assessment of that. Secondly, we've got to consider existing capacity. This is a place where you want to have a sense and demonstrate that you have a sense of what's already out there. How many other programs, doctoral programs in particular, are there in your discipline in this state? How many students are they serving each year? How many graduates do they have? What are their enrollments? You should know all that. Because if you don't, then how can you say that there's a need for the program, right? It could be that the need is, 50 graduates per year, and guess what? We're already producing 55 per year. Another aspect of this can be the uniqueness of programs, and that's another tack that you do want to address, and institutions almost always do. Yes, there are 5 other programs, 5 other doctoral programs in the state, but look, they consider these specialty areas in the discipline, and we are going to consider these other specialty areas in the discipline. This is how we're going to differentiate ourselves. So that's why I say there's both a qualitative and a quantitative aspect to this process, to trying to determine things like need and existing capacity.
The cost of distance ed is something that I guess we're struggling with nationally. And I wonder how much Ltac is looking at these proposals and evaluating cost of distance ed as part of your review process.
Just recently, there was a cost of distance education report that was generated by the coordinating board where Ltac members had input on that report. What we found from the report, and I think I'm going towards your question, how do we address the cost? It was hard for them to determine the actual cost because each institution, and someone tell me if I'm wrong if I'm saying this incorrectly, each institution's methodology for determining cost, it spanned a wide range of how they determine the cost. And one thing that I said in one of the meetings was that it depended on where you are on the institutional, on the technological spectrum, as far as where you can start offering the course, which determine how much the course actually costs. If anyone wants to chime in on that one, did I say that? Some sort of. I mean, we haven't really gone any farther than that one as far as the cost of distance education report.
I think we're all aware that there's certain aspects of online education that the costs are maybe not always being accounted for in our proposals. And then we get a surprise later on in the implementation that maybe we have student support costs that weren't adequately estimated. Institutionally, we use these proposals, of course, to try to get funding up front so that we're effective. And so I think Ltac, if you had some certain benchmarks that you're looking for as you review the online, that can help us to make sure that we've accurately represented the cost of delivering these programs online.
Right. Well, again, on the proposal side of things, we have a balance sheet at the end, 2 balance sheets, one that asks you to estimate the costs and one that asks you to estimate the revenues. But those are very broad categories. If it is a distance ed proposal, we're going to expect to see something related to the cost of distance ed. But I understand that can be perhaps difficult to parse out by itself. For instance, I know recently, I came along for a doctoral site visit at Sam Houston. And it seemed to me that they had a very centralized system for delivering distance ed. They've got this distance ed center that they run, and it seems like every program that has a distance ed component is all run through there. So maybe for Sam Houston, it might be a little difficult for a particular department to estimate the cost of distance ed, because that department is going to rely upon an existing center, an existing facility to do the delivery. So how much extra cost is this one new doctoral program going to add to his existing costs? Well, that could be a little difficult to parse out. I guess the good news is that once you've already got that infrastructure built, the chances are the extra cost is not going to be significant compared to as if you have to build infrastructure from scratch. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, that's exactly right. It gets easier the more programs you have. For example, we're about to launch our 30th complete online degree program in the spring. And so our center is, even though it's only 5 years old, it's very mature in that we've built up the infrastructure, the support staff, the student services, a funding model, a revenue sharing scheme with the departments and the colleges. So the more we do, the easier it gets for us, really.
And to add to that, I think that one of the things that Bill and I talked about before this meeting was that part of what we look at in cost is not just obviously the hardware and software and those things, but how are we going to incentivize our faculty? And not just at the very beginning when they begin the course, right, when they create the course, but throughout, to want them to grow the programs. I mean, we want some incentives that aren't only going to be about, yes, now you've got your class online and you've done enough, but we want to be able to incentivize them to grow those programs as well. And so we build that into what we do as a cost, and also the support for the faculty, including instructional designers and people to help them with the web design and things like that, as well as giving them support for travel and iPads and laptops and those things that go along with it too. So there's a structure that Bill has built really nicely for us, and as he said, there's a funding system built into that as well, so there's incentives for those programs, and it goes back to those programs.
If I could, Justin, I know that you've had experience from Texas Tech starting up doctoral programs. I'm not sure if you have the same type of system as Bill has, but maybe you want to chime in on that.
Sure. Texas Tech, as of last count, we offered more online or hybrid doctoral programs than any other school in Texas. We have 7 at both the PhD and EDD level. One that was just approved by Ltac, and we went through the collaborative process or through both groups and then through cause. I will say, going back, there was a little confusion on how to apply for a new online doctoral. We submitted one application and then found out we did not the one application we submitted did not ask all the questions we needed to answer, so then we had to provide a significant amount of supplemental information. So it took a little bit longer, and it took us probably close to that 200 and whatever days, James, you mentioned, to get it approved. But we have a very similar system with Sam Houston, where we have a central office, and so it's difficult to parse out the individual program costs, where the institution may pay for things like the LMS or instructional design services through a central office, or as we talked about in the last portion, the state authorization, things like that. We don't give that to the individual colleges or units, so it's hard to figure out exactly what it's going to cost. But then we have also instituted recently an incentive program where we are now incentivizing programs to do more, develop different and new online programs. So with that, they're having to turn a little more budget work so that we can see exactly what they're thinking is going to cost to do an online program. and so we can kind of look at that. But it's very difficult, especially because, and I'm sure all of us can talk about it, where the LMS is not just used for an online program. It's used for all the students. And so how do you do that? We found a year ago 98% of our campus, some way, shape, or form touches the LMS. And we know that because our LMS went down at the end of the summer session a year ago. And so so it's hard to do that. But yeah, we just went through the process, and it was, I don't think it was difficult, but I think it was time-consuming. But what we put together was a very strong proposal, and we talked about things about the dissertation, the faculty support. We spent a lot of time talking about how the doctoral students were going to get faculty support, how they were going to have committees, and how they were going to have chairs, and all of that at a distance. We've also instituted some new technologies on campus, or new to us technologies, to help with some of those online dissertation proposals and defenses, so that students can do everything at a distance, and they don't have to come in for a proposal or defense.
Do you want to mention what some of those are for some of the GIAC that are working on this?
What we're doing is we have recently purchased a product, Blackboard Collaborate, which I think a lot of us are probably familiar with, and so that our programs can do those proposals and defenses where you've got the committee maybe on the institution or at a distance, and the student somewhere else. Our College of Education has taken to using Collaborate very extensively in the short time we've had it, allowing students to have those synchronous online discussions for classwork, but also for committee work, and faculty can do their office hours and things like that through Collaborate, thus giving that student support piece, which I think sometimes people think is missing from an online program, and they may not get that attention from the faculty member because the faculty member is not seeing them. But the only thing missing is there may not be that face-to-face unless you turn on your webcam. So everything else is right there for the support and the interaction with the faculty. And I think it's just as rich as it would be if they were face-to-face and on campus.
I think that one of the things that we talked about when we first, and I think would be helpful for the graduate deans, is that as a graduate dean ourselves, we looked into having some of those services being placed online. There's student services that go across campus that are, but as a graduate dean, we had to start looking at the things that we offer through our office and how to make those available to our online students, but particularly our doctoral students as well. So we began to have to look at, as Justin was talking about, our advising and our mentoring services that we had in our other programs, but also all of our programming that we do, for example, how to publish or how to present at a conference. All those things, our research conference that was on campus, how do we offer that? And one of the things that began for the first time in these last few years with our online programs, in the past, most of our online students have been in the state of Texas or close to that, or at least in the United States. And then we started running into the issue of when we have people overseas and the difference in time. And that makes some other issues and hurdles that we had to start dealing with. If you have someone having to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to attend the session you're doing, that doesn't work very well. So we started not only doing some web streaming, so for example, something as little as an orientation for graduate students. We have our campus orientation for graduate students. We have a web streamed orientation, and then we have an orientation that we put together with the help of Delta that's online all the time for students to access at their own time and their own leisure. So being able to kind of hit those different time periods as well seemed to be something that was really difficult for us and to think about for the first time.
Any other questions about the Ltac or coordinating board new proposal process?
I just wanted to make one comment, though, about the cost. This is something the legislature is constantly asking. So last time I testified, one of the questions was, why isn't it cheaper? They expect that it should be cheaper. And then, in fact, when you do a lot of surveys, sometimes online is actually more expensive because institutions tack on a fee for going online. So I think there is an expectation the cost should be lower, and in reality it's the same or higher to the student. So that is an issue that I probably will not go away because it is an obvious question to many.
Yeah, I think we all heard kind of pie-in-the-sky stories in the early days of distance ed, how it was just going to be so cheap and courses would just flow like water, and I think that in a way inflated people's expectations in a manner that really wasn't realistic. And now we have to do a little bit of trying to correct that misperception.
Well, our business vice chancellor always says if we had to go online or build a new building, it would probably be cheaper to do it if we just went online. But in most cases, going online doesn't mean we don't also put more on-ground campus buildings in, or we've already got that infrastructure paid for. So in some cases, they can argue there is no different cost because that on-ground cost continues. So unless you, I think, set up a program to be totally online, or like WGU set up an institution to be totally online, there's some conflict, crossover, and confusion about what are the real costs involved, which is what we did find out with the Ltac survey. It was just really hard to figure out what are the real expenses here.
I'd like to, I taught my first online course in the MBA program for the UT Telecampus back in 1998. And the UT Telecampus was, I thought, a very well-structured organization that really worked to ensure quality of delivery. And I felt like our programs during that phase were as strong as ever. The UT Telecampus no longer exists because of the cost of the UT Telecampus, or at least that's part of it. What I'm seeing now, and certainly well represented here, is that most campuses have a centralized function for overseeing online education. Smaller institutions like ourselves aren't as well structured and aren't as effective in doing this. I think that model is really important, that there be this centralized function. But where we don't have it, we're going to bring a proposal before Ltac that may not be as complete in terms of services and in terms of cost. And so I guess I'm searching for, where can we go? How do we bridge that gap when we can't afford to have the things that Sam Houston has to manage its online programs and manage those costs? Because I feel I have a program that came before Ltac a couple of years ago, and we learned a lot from Ltac about what we should be doing. And it told us at the time that our costs were not really complete. And so, I think that we somehow or another need to create a structure so that the smaller institutions have good guidelines for getting to the same place.
I'm not sure how we're going to be able to address it immediately. I'm sure there's something I can take back.
No, I think the nice thing about our meeting today is this is a dialogue, and obviously we both have interest in learning and evolving. This whole area is new to the world and to the nation, and we've got a way to go. I mean, one of the things that's fascinating to me about this whole thing is we're really looking hard at the quality of distance ed, but for decades we've had campus education that was perhaps not supervised and scrutinized to the extent that we're now doing for distance ed. So let's, work on a dialogue to get at these issues. I think maybe the solution is for even the smaller institutions to centralize, the administration of this, and whether that's possible or not, it's something that these smaller institutions need to look at too.
Andrew,
I just wanted to say that something that was brought out just a moment ago, the collaborate situation, and you just said, the sharing. So many times, I live in Amarillo, so we're up there, up in that armpit part of Texas, and we don't necessarily have partners in a lot that we do. However, through the years, we've found that, just like you, if we can't get it there, then we start looking at people that are like us, and we start trying to figure out how to do it with less. And a lot of times that's done through collaboration with those smaller institutions or institutions about our size, and talking about the technology to support technology and just things that we truly had not thought of. As you were talking, I was thinking about the fact that, and I told the group earlier, that we now have every course with an online presence and requirements in Blackboard, every course. And so all of ours use our LMS. And so it's touching our student support, it's touching our student services, it's touching every area of the college, and we're having to determine how to give those students the same support in those courses, whether they be hybrid, traditional, or online, web, the same kind of services we do any of them. And so when a student calls into Students Help Center and says, I need help, they get help, but we don't know which one they are. So that's why the cost factor is so muddy. And so we have a big old muddy pool where we really can't disseminate anymore. We're just trying to create comparable resources for all. So I think sometimes it's just collaboration, communication, and working with other institutions to make that happen.
If I could, and I don't want to go off of that particular topic. However, but I see that we're about to go to the next large, broader topic. If I could, I was going to talk with Dr. Shelton and Dr. Prater, and there was one part of the broad theme there for this first one had to do with professional development for faculty. I know that you've been doing a lot with quality as far as your program is concerned, and Wendy has not only the faculty to have professional development, but it's professional development and competency-based in graduates. So I would wanted to see if you would chime in, and Wendy as well, on that topic.
Well, just quickly, let me give you a little bit of background, because I didn't start at Lamar. I've just been at Lamar for the last 3 years. So for those of you that are associating me with the large master's program, I came after that, so I'm not a part of that. I'm actually a doctoral faculty member. I actually took the job in May and started in August after coordinating board gave approval for the first online doctorate. So we had a lot of work to do when I got there in August. But prior to that, I was a dean of online programs for a private school here in Texas, and I actually started the program in '98. Actually, I started working with 2 faculty members at Dallas Community College and at Tarrant County Community College, and when they were teaching online, doing some work for them. But after that, I started this program. It was at Dallas Baptist University, and so we started a faith-based private institution, small. And when I left in 2011, the programs, we had like 55 different majors and programs fully online, and close to, at times, 40% of the enrollment were online. So, but I was thinking about that cost. Those costs, we were a centralized unit. Having started it, that was very fortunate for me, because I got to be queen bee. I got to make the policies, or work with everybody with the policies, do the research for the policies. So I got to put things in place, such as faculty development. Whereas the schools now that didn't jump on board have to go back and herd cats and get these faculty that have been doing their own thing and doing a good job for the most part, but they've got to get them into some kind of format. And it's a tough situation, but for me, having the faculty development requirement was critical to having a quality program. And so I was at a faith-based institution, and we were, the community colleges, Dallas Community College had already jumped online, and so you could get an online class there for $100 at the most. And I don't remember what we were when I started at DBU, but it was a private. It was very expensive. So the only way I was going to compete was quality. And so we had to have quality content, we had to have quality services, and we had to have quality faculty. And that takes an investment. That's the only way to do it the right way. It takes an investment. But we should have been doing those same things for our on-campus classes, too.
At Western Governors University, we have faculty councils that work uniformly to map out what our degree programs look like, and then those programs are delivered uniformly in all 50 states. They provide content. Some of it is through other providers, but our program councils come together, and so then we're able to leverage that and divide that cost out to scale for all 50 states. And so that's a way that we go about minimizing some of the concerns that you mentioned with, how do you pay for these things institution by institution, because the cost for student services, library costs, your textbooks, how can you leverage that and manage it at scale? All of our faculty members at Western Governors are full-time. We have a very limited pool of part-time faculty, and it's pretty much limited to instructors that are supervising students in our Teachers College while they're doing their demonstration student teaching courses, and also for a very small pool of faculty in our Nursing Health Professions College, where they supervise our pre-licensure students at those clinical sites. But minus those two exceptions, all of our faculty work full-time, and so they could come together and, again, develop through these program councils what each of our degree programs should look like and what those requirements are for each program.
Can you just explain a little bit, though? When you say faculty, I think it's a little different than the traditional faculty role. What does your faculty do?
So we actually have, like many of the institutions in this room, there's an aggregate faculty role where you've got the faculty members who are developing the course content, deciding on the learning resources for that course content, the syllabus, meeting with the courses, providing instruction, and then eventually at the end of the course or throughout the course providing assessments and final exams and grading. At Western Governors, we have all of those roles broken out into very specialized fields. So we have the first set of faculty that the student encounter when they enroll. It's called a student mentor after they've met with their enrollment counselor. And that faculty member is there to help that student throughout their degree program from the time they enroll until they graduate. They meet with that student once a week, and then at some point, if the student seems to be progressing really well, they'll adjust that schedule. Maybe it's every 2 weeks, but they meet with that student on a regular basis, and it's a personal communication, not just by email. And they will help that student stay on track, celebrate success. If they're struggling along the way, they help them retool or come up with a plan to get back on track with their degree program. And so they really stay in contact with that one faculty member throughout their entire experience with us in completing their degree. The other faculty member that they'll come in contact with as they go through their degree program are called course mentors. These are the faculty who have the credentials and the subject matter expertise for a particular course, whether it's stats, one of our science-related fields, whatever, accounting, business management. So this is the faculty member as they take a particular course. If they need additional instruction, they need more input or additional learning resources because they're struggling with that particular course. This is the faculty member that will pair up with their student mentor, and together both faculty members help the student successfully complete those courses. Another faculty member that they will meet with and encounter while they're taking their courses and completing their degree program are called evaluators. And this is the group of faculty who grade and evaluate whether a student has met the requirements and is competent, has met our measurement of competency for that course, and is awarded course credit. Sometimes for our courses, we have assessments. I'll use an example in our College of IT, where it's a third-party IT certification exam. And so in that case, a student gets a voucher, they go to a testing center, and they sit for the certification exam. And they earn not only course credit, but they earn an IT certification. And so these are some of the ways that students progress through our program, demonstrate competency so that they earn course credit and eventually finish with their bachelor's or master's degrees. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's a great wealth of information. Before we turn to the next section on running online programs, which obviously is going to intersect quite a bit with what we've been discussing, are there some other thoughts and ideas that you have on startup? Yes, please.
I would like to ask Texas Governors University representative a question here. In terms of a student coming to your program who may have knowledge, experience, how do you evaluate those and give them credit?
So when they come through into our, are you speaking specifically for graduate programs? Or just,
yes,
okay.
Yeah, in general, yeah.
For some students, it depends on whether they are not, they start off taking a readiness assessment. At the undergraduate level, if they have an associate's degree, we don't require it. For some of our College of IT programs, depending on the number of IT certifications, they take that assessment or not. For our graduate degree programs, we don't have them complete the readiness assessment. So at that point, they meet with an enrollment counselor. They look at their military experience. They look at their background. They look at their course transcripts. We have articulation agreements in place for courses transferring into our program from our community college partners. We're also part of the College Credit for Heroes program. So for those students who are coming to us out of the military who go through that process of getting their military training transcripted, we recognize that credit as well. For all the other kinds of credit or experience that a student might bring with them when they enroll with us, they have to show and prove competency. And so the way that they do that is, for example, taking a pretest for a course, and depending on how well they do on that pretest, a faculty member then will look at that and say either they need to address some deficiencies or some knowledge that they lack, or they'll say, you know, we feel like you would be very successful in going ahead and let's get you a voucher to take that IT certification exam, or let's get you a voucher to take that human resource certification exam, or let's go ahead and have you take the assessment for this course. And at that point, the student takes the assessment, and then it either goes, you know, they earn the certifications from one of our testing center partners, or it goes to one of our evaluators who grade the exam and decide if if it meets the standard for passing and earning the course credit. So some of our students do come with a wealth of knowledge, and so if they do that and we feel like they can progress on to the next courses, then we certainly don't hold them back, and we let them go ahead and take those exams and move on through their program.
Okay, thank you very, very much. What we'd like to do for this next section on running online programs, you'll see on the agenda the topics may include. Those are just thinking prompts for you. I'd like to turn it over to you to see what issues you would like to make sure get discussed. If there's something that you would like to bring up, or a particular point of experience at your institution. If you don't have a question, if you'd have a comment that you'd like to make to others about the pros and cons, the highs and lows of running online graduate education. Is there someone who'd like to start a topic?
I'm particularly interested in what people are doing for, identity verification. I know I came in at the last part of the Ltac meeting, and I think the discussion was, well, if they have your username and password, then you're good to go. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing, is just being able to log into the LMS. I'm curious if people are using any type of proctor examinations or maybe even other identifying factors.
We use login. We also have our students are able to, with some tools that we provide to them, there's a camera if they choose to take some of their assessments at home, and so they're monitored. But also some of those exams are third-party IT certifications or HR certifications, and they have to go to a testing center for those. And so it would be the process of identifying themselves at the testing center.
We just released an RFP looking for an institution-wide service that would cover TTU and TTU ISD, not the Health Sciences Center, but for proctoring and student authentication, looking at, right now we just have the username and password, but we know that's not enough, or it won't be enough probably in the near future, so we're looking for other products which could include a lockdown browser or some type of monitor feature, some type of identity verification. And so we're at that point where we're evaluating and hoping to find an institution-wide product that we can use for both the K through 12 program that we offer online as well as our university programs.
Is it anyone's sense that cheating or false identification has been a significant problem for graduate programs?
I think, yes, there's a lot of concern about standardized test taking. We had a session at the recent TGS meeting in which we discussed, we had representatives from the Educational Testing Service discussing the format that they're using now for identity verification, particularly in the Asian market, and the strategies that they had developed to, I won't say eliminate, but certainly to address the possibility of identity misuse in taking their examinations. And so there is a concern at the graduate level with standardized test taking that is presented as a vehicle for authenticating the student's ability, and often that is, of course we don't use it as the only measure of the student's ability to succeed, but it is a concern.
I think one of the things that we have to probably be conscientious about is, and Dr. Lauder talked about this a bit, that majority of face-to-face programs are using LMS now, and this particular issue applies to them just as much as probably it applies to the distance education students. And I kind of feel sorry for the distance education programs because they're seen as maybe avenues for people to cheat, when in fact in many of our institutions we probably face that with our face-to-face programs just as much. So I think it's a very, very significant issue for all the programs, particularly as we move toward providing testing online for even our face-to-face students.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to bring to the table? Charles? Mm-hmm.
One of the important elements of a graduate education is traditionally the capstone experience, whether it's dissertation or comprehensive exams, and we've always worked to try to maintain the quality and integrity of those experiences. Dr. Quinn mentioned to me before this meeting that when she defended her dissertation last week, she was in her pajamas at her house. Actually, Dr. Shelton says that's not the case because she was the chair of the dissertation committee. What I'd like to sort of throw out here is in the past, having the student in front of their peers and with all faculty present has really been important. Certainly when I became dean, that was the standard. And since that time, the discussion on the Council of Graduate Studies listserv has brought this issue up many times because institutions are experimenting with whether or not all the committee members need to be there, and of course whether or not the faculty need to be with the student at the time of defense. And I just sort of would like to get some kind of a feeling of where we're going with this and what is appropriate. Obviously, we all have a choice to create guidelines or standards for our institution, but what are we trading off when we go down this road is something I'd like to get a better handle for. Yes, and you would be the appropriate person.
I just want to, first of all, Dr. Quinn had a high-class studio that she was sitting in at Dallas Community College. She looked fabulous. She looked a lot better than I did, actually, that day. With Lamar, with the doc program, we meet with our students in a virtual meeting. They're 5-week classes. But in those 5 weeks, we meet with them once a week as a class, and we record that in Adobe Connect, which is just like Blackboard Collaborate, Illuminate, whatever product you use. And there's discussion. They all have their cameras. If we can afford the bandwidth, if there's enough, not afford as in cost, but if there's enough bandwidth available, then all the students can have their cameras up, and we usually do have them up for a while. And then if I'm going to lecture, or if we're going to have some kind of discussion or whatever, but we can actually show them things on the screens. So it's really it's beyond a conference time. It's more of a little class once a week, and then we record it for anybody that can't make it. So that was new for me, because when I came from my program, I didn't encourage synchronous education, because we from the very beginning wanted to market to global students. So now we're starting to market globally to our doc students, and the time zones are going to be a problem. You just have to do the best you can. When we put them in collaborative groups, then the groups figure out when they can meet virtually, and we can give them a room in Blackboard or in Adobe Connect to meet. You said, where are we going with this? I think that we have to work very diligently to make it an incredible experience for the students, whether it's on campus or off campus. My PhD was earned at University of Nebraska, a big Research One institution. I lived here in Texas. I was running a $10 million online program. I had 3 sons. 2 were playing high school baseball. When I finished, they were playing college baseball, 1 at Sam Houston State and then 1 up in Kansas. I was going back and forth. I literally did my statistics in the car with my husband driving. And then I actually, when they were in high school, I ran the concession stand. I was one of those people that wanted it all. But I wanted a good quality PhD program. I actually started at North Texas and driving an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and a half each way. But at the time, the College of Ed there wasn't interested in doing a lot of online, and the one person that was didn't get tenure and he left. So I had to look for somewhere else. They were very clear that they just weren't interested in that kind of topic yet. So I went to a big Research One and had the most incredible experience. Dr. Creswell, the Dr. John Creswell, actually gave me some advice on my method for my dissertation, which is the result of the scorecard, which has now been downloaded. My actual dissertation has been downloaded over 3,000 times, which is a bizarre thing. I had this incredible experience, but I had faculty that cared. I had faculty that were interested in me. My advisor, she was an associate professor in the College of Ed. She spent a lot of time with me on the phone if necessary. So it was just that effort that they made to make it to where I never felt like I was at a distance. I did go 3 times to Nebraska. I went one summer to meet with my advisor, and then I went to propose, and then I went to defend.
That's one of my recurring dreams is that I'm defending my doctoral dissertation in my pajamas. I'm glad to hear that the nightmare is literally coming true for people all across the country. Is it a problem for students who don't want to see their advisors? I mean, it's easy for students. What you're describing is an ideal student and an ideal faculty who have the motivation and the interest and the ability to have that kind of online advising. But is there a temptation for the introverts to hide behind the technology, that could be one potential weakness to be overcome? That perhaps it's too easy not to call in, not to phone in, not to show up and make contact with your advisor? And is there an impression, rightly or wrongly, that this is something that affects the prestige or the quality of a program?
I think that whatever can get out among the students can affect a program, if whatever that perception is. But with this particular doc program, we co-teach the classes, so that whatever numbers in there, we divide them into two. But those weekly meetings are pretty much the best time to have question and answer. So if you've got a question you need answering, but as a faculty member, even if I'm teaching an on-campus class, I'm responsible. I have some sort of responsibility, I feel, to go out after that student, if they're not responding, if they're sitting on the back row and not talking. So it's the same thing. I make that extra effort to email them, or there's nothing wrong with placing a phone call to an online student to try to bring them in. And I think it's a little bit different in a doc program as opposed to a master's program, because a master's program is, usually 36 hours, especially if it's non-thesis based. You're just taking your courses and you're getting in and out. So I think that what they're doing at Western Governors is amazing, because they have those mentors in place. And if you can afford to have that kind of support system, I think that you don't lose those students. I will tell you, though, I was one of those back row students, and I never said a word. I'm 6 feet tall. I didn't want anybody to know that I was 6 feet tall, and that I was, I just wanted to be really quiet and not have the southern accent that I had. But in our doc program, and even when I was dean, we did a lot of portfolio assessment. Testing wasn't as important as it was portfolio, more of a writing. So the students that were introverts, they still had to write and show. They still had to demonstrate. And if they were doing group work, they still had to participate in presentations, record things. So they weren't really able to slip out. If it was a graduate program, it's easier at the undergrad, where it's more objective testing. But did that answer your question?
I would say that, because I was an introvert too, but I think it's online, an introvert, it's a little harder to be that person, because you do have the safety of the internet to respond behind, and so they may not see you, they may not get to know you. Our College of Education has recently started a dissertation support center, for all of their doc students, but for the online students as well. And I think a lot of time people think, if you're the introvert or you're not participating in an online class, you may be floating out there on your own. But by adding in the support centers or the mentors, or even if you call them a dissertation coach or anything like that, the person that is there, and part of their role is to make contact with the student so they don't find themselves floating out there, I think is very important. And that could be the faculty member, it could be a mentor, it could be a coach or whatever. But somebody that would say, okay, now, especially the dissertation phase, go in there and say, okay, now let me talk to the student, see what's going on. The other thing is that the analytics that you can now pull from your learning management system will really allow the faculty member to see who has been active and who is participating, and then you can set up things like an alert system or flags that pop up if a student hasn't done X, Y, Z, and then the faculty knows if that student is getting dropped or getting lost or what's happened with the student. So I think as we continue down this, one of your questions were, where are we going with this? Well, I think as we continue down this road with the ability to pull these type of analytics, we will get to a point where we can, and we are there at a certain extent now, to where we can predict when a student may have difficulty and when a certain student is going to have difficulty, and then we can say, what do we need to put into place to help a student? So I think as we continue to pull this data, and we employ other people to serve as mentors and coaches, they don't get lost, or you hope they don't get lost?
I think there is a little bit of both here. I mean, there is the realist side of me that looks at this and knows that a lot of the research, when online first came, one of the things that was said is if you're the introvert, if you're the minority student, if you're the woman, you're more likely to speak. And then the research started showing that that wasn't true, that they were getting even more likely to be quiet and to be pushed out, because oftentimes computer-mediated discussions become much more aggressive, and oftentimes those students, we know from the research, do kind of fade away and do have more problems. And I think you're right. What we do is we have lots of things we can use, and I think that professors can have to bring engagement. But I think Michelle and I were talking during lunch about the fact that when you first go online as a faculty member to teach, oftentimes it's like the first time you went into a classroom, you're lost. You have a really difficult time trying to figure out how to manage everything. You have a difficult time trying to figure out how to engage, even if you have lots of support systems. And so there is kind of a growth process that we have to be honest with faculty that takes place, almost like a new faculty member coming in for the first time into the classroom, and they have a little bit of a process to go through. I think there is that even for people who have taught for many years and all of a sudden come online for the first time. I think there's kind of a growth process that they have to go through. And yes, there's all these resources, but many of them don't know how to access them or what to do with them if they have them. They don't know how to build those engagement processes in there. And so I think that there is a lot there we can do, but a part of it is for us all to start thinking about realistically ways that we can put some things in place to help faculty as they make this transition, because we're expecting our faculty to do this, and we're expecting that they'll just go in and, hey, we've got you supports and we've got the technology and you can do these things. But it is really hard the first time you go in and you're trying to figure out even how long should this be. You can't take that face-to-face class that you've taught for 20 years and put it online in the same way and expect it to work.
Well, that's why faculty development is so important. And it's not just the beginning where they're developing a course. It's not just for the teaching. And I actually had a separate training that they were required to go through for developing a course. There was a separate training for teaching the course right before they went online. And then ongoing, constant ongoing, not just about technology, but about things that were coming up. The first time I taught online was in 2000, and I always laughed to the faculty that I think everything had to happen to me so I could share it with them. But I had a student just blast me in the discussion board, and because he thought I was teaching a course that was very subjective. They needed to look at a work of art, and it was the liberation of Aunt Jemima, and it's a collage of images of Aunt Jemima, and so the student was African American, and he became very offended by it and said I was a racist. I mean, he just blasted me. It wasn't just just one little ugly comment, but he didn't do what I'd ask him to do. I'd ask the students to go read about the artist before you ever post anything. You cannot make any kind of evaluative work, critique, without having looked at the background of the artist. When was it done? When was it created? It was created by an African American. It was for a whole different message than what he was seeing, and I was able to really develop policies based on my own experience. Helping faculty understand that you have the right to delete a post. That post does not have to stay there. I would call the student and look, this is really an ugly thing that you've said. Whether you're right or wrong, it's very ugly. It can really turn our learning community into a negative place. So we're going to remove that. If we need to have a further conversation, we can do that over the phone or whatever. But I worked really hard to help faculty understand that they still had power in the classroom. But it is a balance. I struggle with ongoing. I mean, as faculty that we teach online for a long time, we do have analytics. We do now know what faculty members are not going into the LMS on a consistent basis, and it's really hard. It was easier for me at a private institution where I was centralized and I had access to all the evaluations, but when the larger colleges where each of you have, individual colleges that are completely online, and even just the programs are, completely online by themselves, trying to evaluate those faculty that aren't doing the right job. But somehow we have to figure that out. We have to figure out how to keep the faculty engaged in the online classroom as well, because it can make or break there's an analogy from Richard Clark that he said, because there's always been this argument on whether, delivery method, online's better than classroom, 2A interactive video is better than online. But you really can't say that. He said you can't say that the delivery method is any better than the grocery truck that delivers your groceries to the grocery store. It does not improve your nutrition of the food that's in the truck. It was about it's about the content, it's about the instructor, it's about the student engagement, student to student, student instructor, student to content. So that's where we have to really focus, and that again goes back to professional development, keeping them engaged, and also incentives, and that goes back to cost. But I think after having taught online for, I don't even want to count the years now, I'm getting so old, but I still love it. I'm very passionate, and I hope that you hear my passion about quality online education when I share. But it does get tiring. You can't just check out like you could in a traditional classroom. I get phone calls. They know not to call me past 11 because I'm incoherent then. But I get text messages. I got one during church yesterday. From a student that I don't respond. I wait and get home and deal with it. But it is a different environment, and we as educators need to not fight against it, but just help make it quality for both of us, the student and the instructor.
I wanted to add something to that. This is Bill Robertson. I'm from the University of Texas at El Paso, and kind of speaking to your point, Candy, is so I'm on Ltac, and I think one of the things is a lot of times talking in terms of professional development is that there's this chasm, I think, that people envision from face-to-face to online, and there's this valley in between. And we did a survey of all of our faculty at UTEP and found out of the 1,200 faculty, which included adjuncts that were surveyed, over half of them had taught online. But the other half who hadn't taught online were quite resistant to teaching online, and in fact said, I never want to teach online. But then when they were posed the question, would you teach hybrid, a large majority of them said yes. So this started us to think about the terms of what I would term a pedagogical bridge of the technology, going from face-to-face to technology enhanced to hybrid to minimal face-to-face to fully online. So there is actually a bridge to walk across with mentors along the way that will help you. And this is a strategy we're employing because as a faculty member, probably just like our previous speaker, I've taught online, hybrid, minimal face-to-face, technology enhanced, and face-to-face. So I'm teaching all these things. The students are taking all of them, and not all of them are in online degree programs. They're taking online classes as part of their on-ground degree program. So I guess the point going back to it is that having these points along the way, and maybe that you're thinking about doing online, well, a great way to do this is, are you using the LMS? How are you using the LMS? Are you technology enhancing your course? Moving it to hybrid? What are you doing in terms of active learning strategies and flipping your classroom? These are some of the discussions I think you can have with programs as they're moving these things. Because ultimately, I think it doesn't matter, from my perspective, the technology has always just been a tool, right? The program owns the program. And so the faculty has to be willing to move across that bridge. And so that, I think, that framework and that way of discussing it has also helped understand people that they're not just going to be left on one side of the valley or the other. They're going to actually be mentored, if you will, or, and have opportunities to walk across that bridge, just like we want our students to do. And I think that that's a transition we're going through as we're moving to, many, many more fully online programs. There's still that tension, but I think if you can develop some of those structures that, and have that dialogue, it's not one way or the other.
I think that I see what you're saying, Bill. I think that's really important because I do think that we have a lot of people who feel much better about doing hybrid, and also have seen research that shows that that's one of the best ways to actually get success with your students. I think the other thing that you mentioned I find interesting is you said the bridge that also brings the student across, because I think that's the second thing that we run into. I think a lot of us want to think, well, our students are on, they're on their iPhone, they're on their this, they're on their that, so they're really good at doing this. But we found that also our students have trouble trying to make that use of technology and figure out how to do that and have those skills. They need some kind of coaching to get there as well.
With Western Governors University, one of the things we do when we hire faculty, and they do come from many of the institutions that are here in Texas, we'll hire faculty who've taught traditionally or taught online at another institution. We spend 1 full week with them, 40 hours that week, that first week they're hired, just training, talking about many of the things we're discussing here. What does it mean to use the LMS system that we've got in place? How do they guide, counsel students to help them to be successful? And then once they've completed that first week of training, then they work from one of either our offices or their home office, and then we touch base in with them throughout the next 4 weeks on a 2 to 4 hour basis in doing additional training and support to the faculty members so that they feel like they're comfortable with delivering course content and helping students navigate through our degree programs, and to be able to, suggest learning resources or student support that we have available so that they can identify which students could be better served by some of our other departments, the Writing Success Center, or other services that we provide. And then in that 5th week, we, again, do a wrap up and just make sure that they're comfortable with where they are, the kind of training they've received, the kind of support that they'll have as a faculty member, and that they are able to confidently be able to help those students also be successful. So throughout the year we'll have training. Once a year we bring everyone together in July. We do our program councils meet, we evaluate our programs, and then we again do more faculty training that entire week with our faculty members so that they are comfortable with the degree programs and all of these support pieces.
Thank you. Charles, do you have a comment in the back?
Thank you. What we do when we train faculty members who are teaching distance learning, and even those who have been teaching distance learning, one of the first things we start off is echo to them that you don't have to use all of those features that exist within the learning management system. They're just option. What you still need to do is look at the student learning outcome for your course and what approach are you going to take, to utilize to reach those students. So just because the technology is there does not mean that that technology is best suited for the discipline that you're teaching. For example, blogs, works very well in a sociology class. But in a computer science class that I teach, it is not effective. It doesn't work. So you, as the teaching expert, have to determine what best suit that area. And I also want to comment on something someone stated earlier, and I agree with you 100% because I teach an introduction to computer science class online, and I get students from just about every institution in this room. They enroll in my class online. North Texas, Texas A&M Commerce, Texas A. All students are not computer savvy. Okay, don't let them fool you. Okay, they are not computer savvy. Being computer savvy means being able to solve problems. Anyone can surf the internet. You can go to public schools or private schools and get a 5th grader to surf the internet. But that is not how employees going to. You're not going to find a job doing that. They want you to solve problems. That's what they want. And so I just want to share that. But back to my original statement, just because all those things exist within in the learning management system doesn't mean you have to use them. Use what best is suitable for your course and what you feel comfortable with. That's the key.
Thank you. Bonnie?
Well, at TCU, I had our online teaching services unit develop a course for our graduate students as part of the Preparing Future Faculty offerings that we have on how to teach online. And it's been very popular, and students have found it useful if they're headed for an academic career. We've used a few of those students as teaching assistants in some online classes that are only offered to our study abroad students, but it's had mixed success for us. I still think the online course for our graduate students has been valuable, but us using them as teaching assistants didn't turn out too well because it might have just been that particular faculty combination, but I think that the teaching assistants got to know the students a lot better than the faculty members, and there was a big disconnect. So I just wondered about other approaches for this other topic here about teaching assistants, lab assistants, discussion sections, if anybody has any strategies that they've used for that. I certainly would say again that having the students think about what it's like to teach online, learn how to use of course it's our learning management system, but having those experiences has been valuable, but it hasn't been that valuable for us as we tried to pull them in as assistants.
This is going to be a little bit of a different topic, so please feel free to tell me this may not be the best time to bring this up. But I was wondering if we might have a brief discussion about intellectual property issues associated with online education. And I'm not just referring to faculty saying that their course content that they developed is protected or protectable from an IP standpoint, but also from the vantage point of students using specific tools within, whether it's Blackboard or Canvas, to post certain things that they're very proud of, so like certain portfolios that they may use. But in doing so, they may have compromised intellectual property protection. And how folks with a much more mature and robust distance education, online education program have worked around this issue or tackled it directly.
We did cover the faculty intellectual property from the very beginning because we were paying work for hire contracts for course development. But what we're going to talk about in the next topic is the quality scorecard and quality evaluation. And one of the quality indicators request is there something for, do you have your policy clearly in place? It doesn't mean what it is. It's very clear who's going to own what and what you're going to do about it. And it should include the students as well. But I teach workshops on this, and I'm always shocked at how many institutions still don't have this in place. So it is something we need to address. I thought SACS asked for it. I thought SACS was very clear about it and even wanted it online now. So, and like they want it up on the website what your IP policy is.
I think they do that, but I think, Sonny, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seemed like that what you were talking about a little bit is the posting of student works, because I know that our creative writing faculty had some real concerns there, and I know that those of us who have moved dissertation and theses online have worked with those companies to be able to do embargoes and things like that. I had a science faculty member who was working online with a student, and she works with the Defense Department, and a lot of that information can't go up there. So we're still working that out ourselves. I wish I could tell you that we had a great answer to it. We've been trying to work around ways that we can kind of internally embargo things in that way with students' work, but it is a problem, and I don't know if I have a great solution to that.
The topic of graduate assistants came up a moment ago, and I'd be curious to hear people's experience with that because, of course, one of the key differences between graduate and undergraduate education is teaching assistants, the opportunities that it offers graduate students to get practical experience teaching before they enter the job market to become teachers. Often that practical experience in teaching is absolutely central to their ability to be placed after graduation. offers also opportunities, of course, to help fund an expensive graduate education if students can rely upon some, albeit small income as a graduate student. But again, that's a key difference between the way an undergraduate program and a graduate program are put together. And I was wondering what the experience of people here have been with recruitment for online graduate programs, since they may not offer the same kinds of experiences for teaching. Or perhaps they do. Perhaps there are very different, separate but equal kinds of teaching experiences that online programs can offer. Has anybody got any experience with that or thoughts?
We do some teaching assistants that are online, but one of the biggest problems we've run into is, again, if it's outside the state hiring, our HR department says that they have to have agreements with the particular states, kind of maybe going back to the same thing with online, having some agreements with the online, but we have a similar problem. If we don't have an agreement, our HR department with that particular state, we can't hire a teaching assistant that lives in that particular state, even though they'll be teaching for us online. So that's one of the big problems that we've run into, and I don't know if, some of what we talked with Sarah will actually help with some of that too. We have had some success, but Bonnie, I think we've had some similar problems. Sometimes it's really dependent for us. What we've seen is it's been really dependent on the faculty graduate student relationship because it can get kind of dicey, I think.
Can I make a comment to address? I'm sorry, was there? I was just going to add to that sort of a perspective of giving students an opportunity to participate in online education as part of their teaching assistantship. We're seeing that as a strength, as actually a selling point, if you'll pardon the expression, because not only are we I suppose all of us can sort of advertise to the students. We're not only just teaching them about didactic education and how to participate in the classroom, but we're also adding an element of technology into their training as to how they disseminate knowledge. And I would, as I've spoken to some students, I would say that that's something that may be frankly desirable as you put that on your CV as you're looking for jobs, to say not only have I had some didactic teaching under my belt or problem-based teaching under my belt, but I've also participated in that dissemination of knowledge through an online forum. So I see that as a very valuable selling tool to students, and to, as a matter of opinion at least, encourage that we tell our students that, because it's a good skill to have.
If you're looking to expand enrollments, a lot of times there's, the use of academic coaches is a model that many different companies have outside educators who will act as these academic coaches. So if you want to take a course from 50 students to 500, you would tier it as such to have academic coaches in place. And in many ways, that's we've done that on ground a lot with TAs for many years, and large lectures for undergraduates, but not as much with graduate students, because you've always wanted to maintain this more intimate, in-depth, scholarly approach in the classroom. But this is one place I think that for some programs at UTEP that are looking to expand their enrollments in the graduate level, they've been using the doctoral students as online TAs, if you will, or just changing the role. They're actually academic coaches. They're not TAs in the sense they're not, they're better than that. So the faculty member becomes the instructor of record, but much like you were saying with the role of the student is much more facilitated, much more as a teacher, and leading discussions and working with the faculty member on the grading and everything that goes along with it. So that's another way I think we've had good success, because a lot of people say, why do we need to employ outside coaches who are really just trying to get experience, who are outside faculty members at other institutions, trying to get experience doing this so that they can replicate it at their university. Why don't we employ our own students? And, I think that's coming from the faculty, I think is well said, because we've done that for a long time in our program. So this is something I think that is coming about. But the other side is that, much like you mentioned, is sort of how do you model that? How do you train for that? And I think that that's the other piece that we're still working through. Is it's one thing to be able to watch that happen. It's another thing to facilitate it online. And so the way we've seen it is much like programs like on the undergraduate level of peer-led team learning, where they gather these people together, once a week or either a conference call, or if they can come face-to-face, they do that. But there's an accountability for this to go over the progress for the classes. So I think it's a good model because it does, to use your term, it sells something to the student that they can use, to the graduate student. But I also think that this idea of how you are addressing enrollments at the graduate level is a real issue, probably for all of us in institutions like UTEP. We've had, especially in the College of Education, we've struggled with decreasing enrollments and double-digit ones at times. So this is a model, I think, for expanding course enrollments without trying to sacrifice quality.
Often teaching assistants are much more adept at the technology than the instructors, and quite often they become leaders as distinct from burdens on the whole exercise itself. In fact, sometimes they drag the faculty member towards a much better presentation. So I don't think there's a problem at all involving teaching assistants as quite often in our case, they don't have sole responsibility for the course. They're there as adjuncts to the faculty member, but they do add an awful lot because they talk the same language as the class, as distinct from the faculty member who's trying to catch up. So.
Else? Candy, could you elaborate on some of the student services that are relevant to distance education? Because that came up. Justin, I believe, mentioned it. What did you call them? Dissertation help centers? Perhaps both of you could elaborate on the kinds of student services that are appropriate to distance education and your experience getting those established.
Well, I think that one of the things that we've been doing with ours this past year is we have on campus, we've had a dissertation boot camp that went on for those students who got behind on their dissertation timeline a little bit, and we were trying to figure out how are we going to do this with our online students. And so we've begun to do a dissertation support group online, and we have students coming together, and we do use collaborate with that, and we have librarians online with them at the time. We have stats people that we bring online with them. We're able to bring some reviewers and editors online with them, so we have that once a month where they can log in and they know the times it's going to be, and we try to alter some times and have some late evening times where they can come and actually have a support group. We actually even have people in there who are, counselors to get them going again and interested in this and those kinds of things as well. Obviously, the advising and mentoring has been a big part of it, not just with faculty as advisors and mentors, but we've tried to pair up some of the students that have been in the program and handled the online before to mentor some of the students that are coming in for the first time. We've been putting our professional workshops that we do, our seminars that we do, our academic seminars for our students, and we do those both streaming them, web streaming them, and then we also are filming those and have a YouTube channel that we put those up for, along with the handouts for other students if they want those kinds of things. I talked about having financial aid chats and our research conference online as well, and then our writing center and our statistics center both come online for us and work with our online students. And I think that, and then our orientation as well. So for me, it was really sitting kind of down and talking about those things. But we did start a bridge program, bringing some students in a little early who need some help getting started with just the technology, because we found that a lot of our first generation students who were also a little older were having problems coming in as into our online programs and figuring out how to navigate them. So we actually put together kind of a bridge program right before they come in, a couple weeks before, having them come and just get some technology information and how do we do this, and kind of walking them through the basics of taking an online class, and that's been really helpful as well.
Well, like I said, the College of Education has started a dissertation support center where they've got a number of individuals that are working directly with students on their dissertation and providing assistance and review and things like that. So our writing center also does online and other services. One thing that I think we've struggled with, and I'm sure other schools have as well, is making sure the services piece, the financial aid, the registrar, the advising, are open at times beyond that 8 to 5 period, so it's kind of been a re-education with some of these offices saying, okay, we need to, if you're not going to have someone available from 5 p.m. to later, we need to put in place a policy where if you email for help, you get a response back within so many hours. And to give credit to our Student Business Services office and Registrar's office, they have a policy, an internal policy, and they've also dedicated an individual in both of those offices to deal with the online students and the distant students. So now our online students, they can contact the registrar and Student Business Services and know that the response they can get is in a certain amount of time, typically 24 to 48 hours if it's coming in during the week, or on the weekend 48 hours or so on that. But they've got somebody that understands the unique nature of an online student and a distant student, because those students have very unique needs, especially those that never come to campus. They don't understand. You can't have a student call them and say, okay, now you need to walk over and talk to X. Well, they can't do that, so we need to educate the office staff. And so our Student Business Services and Financial Aid and others have done a great job of doing that type of thing. So that's that student services piece. And I think you also get stuff that pops up you don't think about, because for the on-campus students versus the online students. Well, how do we make sure they get their student IDs, or how do they know how to log into the program, or how do they know how to navigate Blackboard? One thing I know in our next session, we're talking about the quality scorecard, and actually Texas Tech is in the middle of doing a quality scorecard review, looking at our institution and in general, and what we need to do or what we need to change to provide additional services or firm up some things that we're doing. So I think it's a very worthwhile process to go back to that quality piece, but also that support piece for the online students. I'm not sure if I fully answered your question, but that's kind of some of the things that we're doing.
Thank you. It's terrific. Thank you. Anybody else? I'd like to put in a plug for two initiatives that the coordinating board had a hand in getting started. One of them is the Texas Digital Learning Objects Repository, which is well, it's what it is. It's a repository, place where what we just, for the lack of a better term, call digital learning objects. They can be slideshows, they can be PowerPoints, they can be as simple as lecture notes, they can be as complicated as elaborate online tools to navigate content. I encourage you and your faculty to take a look at it. The web address is www.txlor, and you can do searches there by discipline to see a wide range of things that are there. It's particularly great for art history. It's really good for slides. There's some wonderful history and English literature resources there as well. So that could be a tool for your faculty development as some of your faculty are making transitions from face-to-face to online learning. Similarly, another initiative are some professional development modules that the coordinating board had a hand in getting started. You can find those at www.texprofdev, T-E-X-P-R-O-F-D-E-V, texprofdev.org. There are several modules there, but one of them is on online teaching, and it's specifically narrowly targeted at exactly the issue of taking faculty who have been teaching face-to-face and for the first time are going to be teaching online. And it's full of some very practical, I think, and useful information there. There's also quite a bit of external links to other sources in all aspects of the online teaching process, so you can find other resources there as well. GIAC members who came in late may not have heard Patrick, who was speaking about professional development. Would you like to add or remind members the kinds of things you were talking to the Ltac group about professional development that might be helpful for the GIAC members to hear?
Are you referring to when we were reviewing the survey and asking what was required in terms of professional development?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can pull that one up quickly. Actually, I can't. But so we're doing a survey that we beta tested with this group, the Ltac membership, on distance learning at the institutional level as an opportunity to network across our institutions and find out what we're doing. One of the areas that we're looking at is best practices, and that's where we discussed if each institution has a requirement for its faculty to receive training before they can teach online. And so initially it was just phrased very generically as do you and what are those requirements. As we discussed it this morning, we formalized it into looking more at in depth. Do you have evaluation for, or do you require training for the LMS, for the actual tools and using them online? If so, how many hours? And do you have a requirement for content and course design? If so, how many hours? Do you have training specifically around accessibility? Seems like there's one more that I'm forgetting. Anybody remember off the top of their head?
Best practices, pedagogy.
It was pedagogy. But the other one, and that would be kind of course design, but the other ones were, do you have defined outcomes? And I think we pulled that out into a separate question. Do you accept external certification? So if they were taught how to teach online somewhere else and they have a certificate that shows that, do you count that? And I think the last one was an assessment internally of, here, if you pass this assessment proving you have these competencies to teach online, you don't have to go through some other formal training. That counts too. So there's a variety of approaches that are being used right now. Some do have requirements, some do not have requirements, but rather strongly suggest that the faculty participate in professional development before teaching online. The other question that sprang out of that was looking at the review of online courses. So, okay, you look at the producer, but you also look at the product and put it through a review process as well. So those were the two angles that we talked about there. At the University of North Texas, we actually have put together something we're calling TREE, Teaching Resources for Engaged Educators, that are online modules that are designed to be largely self-paced and therefore both online and face-to-face teaching. And they are going to be used across our programs because we support face-to-face and online instruction, everything in between. And we found out we were having to do a lot of the same training type stuff across these. So we created modules that we can then take and plug into whatever the program is that we're doing with faculty, whether it is our graduate student teaching excellence program that we are trying to give the graduate students practical experience, with teaching and engage them in conversations about it, or whether it is next generation course redesign, which is largely around engaged learning, flipped classroom type designs. So I think we'll see more of that, and we actually went out and looked at the stuff I think Lone Star put together, which was really good on the online. There were some other topics out there as well, so I was glad that Alan gave that plug for those materials again. No sense that we always go out and recreate the wheel. So that's kind of what we talked about earlier is, yes, there's interest in is this required, and if so, what is it exactly that's required? How are you accomplishing it?
Thank you. Great. All right, before we move on to our next session, any other final questions or thoughts, Mohammed?
Yeah, I mean, we have, I mean, the MOOCs and maybe open source materials and so on seem to have been on the agenda several times, and I mean, nobody actually, asked questions about them, but I think they're related to the cost reduction that we were talking about and so on. When they came out first, I was trying to look for another job because I thought they're going to close all institutions down, but obviously they aren't. But does any institution here have any thoughts about how to best use a lot of materials that are available there, for us to probably reduce costs and at the same time not close shop, and so kind of a medium, background, because they're definitely developing a lot of technologies that could help us in terms of if you have 1,000 students or a few hundred students rather than grading and so on. There is technology there, but I wonder if anybody has actually tried to build on what they have already done, with the MOOCs platform.
Well, we use MOOC in our classes, but we don't. We use the integration, with other materials that we have, and some of the instructors do use open source, materials. But in terms of just plain use the MOOC for their class, we do not do that. But we try to encourage, because we do have a committee, a district-wide committee, where we try to encourage faculties to integrate that as a supportive tool to help achieve the course objective. I don't know if that's along what you was talking about. I just want to make sure I share that.
Yes, it is. But if I were a legislator, I would just be looking at, is there any, way that the state is looking at something where a concerted effort about using a platform like the MOOC to reduce the cost, so it's not more expensive to actually run an online education program than, our regular face-to-face. So this is something, because I've thought about it very similar to what you were saying, but again, this is almost like an updated, textbook, a textbook with, some more online materials and so on. But how can it be integrated? How can tools be, used, especially if the programs really get larger and so on? I'm not sure if anybody is looking at that as a concerted effort to really cut on cost by integrating the tools that they have been developed. So,
can you define MOOCs? Because I'm thinking I'm not understanding what it means from my definition. What is a MOOC to you guys?
Massive open online course.
Okay.
Coursera, Udacity, other edX.
Okay.
Actually, in Dallas, we are looking right now at developing some model courses, and we are looking at trying to find those sources for open educational resources so we don't take the time to go back and redevelop all the content. And we're asking the faculty to come in and curate that information to see if we can embed it in some of these courses. We're just getting ready to do that because up till now, if we've developed a master course, it has taken us at least a year or sometimes 2 years to do it right. And there's pressure to get these courses out the door quicker and faster. And one way to do that is to use some of these open educational resources. So what we really haven't tested yet is whether the faculty are going to agree to be doing this, because that is what they do. They like to create curriculum. So we're going to be testing it, and I can probably tell you in a year from now how well it worked or whether it worked.
It sounds like another research study you could do.
Oh, yes, that's just what I want to do. But you're right, it is, too. I was going to say, too, if I start dreaming tonight and have a nightmare, I'm going to be calling Charlie in the middle of the night, calling him, saying, presenting my dissertation in my pajamas. But
let me, I just want to ask the question, make sure I understand. Mohammed, Well, what you were saying there, is your vision that use the MOOC platform from a state level in our classes? Is that your viewpoint? I'm just trying to.
Again, I'm just suggesting things that you have a platform that was created with the idea that a single faculty member can teach 100,000 students. I probably signed up for 10 courses, never lasted more than few lectures, and then I quit. So I don't see how students will do that. But at the same time, there is a lot of technology that was developed to help take care of a lot of the students. And, whether there is some concerted effort at the state level or so to look at some of these technologies and see if they can help institutions as, the number of students grow bigger, online.
Well, there are a number of initiatives that are coalescing around the goal of creating a $10,000 undergraduate degree program. And MOOCs are part of that. We don't want to, the state has no interest in imposing a one-size-fits-all, everyone must do this kind of thing, but there are several tools that the coordinating board and other state agencies want to make available towards that end. The focus has largely been on undergraduate education for MOOCs. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of momentum about MOOCs in the graduate field. Not that that's impossible or a bad idea, but the emphasis has largely been on undergraduate education. And Rex or Stacy or James, you know of anything, or you would like to chime in on anything at the state level about trying to encourage a model of online education? I don't think so. There's no initiative like that apart from the $10,000 undergraduate degree.
And again, I want to clarify, I'm not really trying to say MOOCs would work. I'm just trying to say, what kind of parts can we really borrow from it to support graduate education in the online environment. So. Well,
the state certainly sees that as one item in the toolkit, and a very valuable one for sure.
To add on that, I think, aren't we discussing that inside the survey that we're putting out to the institutions? Don't we mention MOOCs in there somewhere?
We don't mention MOOCs by name, but there is an interesting intersection I wanted to comment on between competency-based and MOOCs and where we are right now in higher ed, because we've kind of, for decades, centuries, walled off knowledge, and you have to come to the university to get it. But that can't be our profit model going forward, because information is ubiquitous. We make it free in MOOCs. It's all over the internet. You want to learn how to fix your dishwasher, you go to YouTube, there's your model, somebody doing it. So what we have to get better at and align with this delivery of content, which again is increasingly free, is our assessment strategies. And how do we measure that students, whatever way they got it, whether they watched it on YouTube, sat through a graduate level course, how they learned what they learned. So that's something I think that is in some ways threatening to some faculty, because they've always been the creators of the content. And now it's shifted focus to this assessment and knowing what's inside that learner's mind. And that's very difficult, and not a lot of folks are really good at it so far. We're making strides, but until we can shift focus and reward that, aligning the assessment with what it is we want them to know, I think we're going to be spinning our wheels a bit. So I think MOOCs is a good conversation starter, but I don't think it is long-term where we're going to end up. In four-year institutions, I think we struggle a little bit more, certainly even with just master courses, much less with getting everybody across the whole institution to teach the same thing and share it with other institutions and MOOCs. That's a very foreign concept. Faculty have very tight ownership of their course. So political science introductory course, you have 7 different interpretations of it. You can't even get them to coordinate. How are you going to do it outside the institution? Not sure that's a really easy thing. But again, I think competency-based, adaptive learning, things that personalize, and personalize is often misused, but things that treat the learner as an individual and help them get from where they are to where they need to be to meet the degree requirements, that's where we need to focus our energies most.
Well, you just said, though, that we don't offer model master course or something, but I would wonder how many institutions are using all my labs by Pearson, and I would bet that's just huge. So, in fact, I think that is happening, whether it is really acknowledged or not.
So they're doing it, and we're buying it from them, or letting our students buy it from them, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
That's a
because
sea
we don't
change.
collaborate and we don't create these things ourselves, the publishers are getting very, very wealthy off of public institutions.
You're absolutely right, Pam.
There's also another one just to address your concern, Mohammed, is that there's other places that, like in science education, there's the PhET, P-H-E-T, out of UC Boulder, who are developing fully online simulations in science and mathematics, for instance. They're quite unbelievable. I mean, I think the leader there won either the Nobel Prize or got a ton of money that way, and he reinvested it in the institution there. And so they're building these online simulations that you can embed in your online courses. This is a really good way that I don't have to develop an online simulation for physics education, which is something I could do and something I would use by teaching. But he's developed, or the group has developed quality, rigorous, scholarly, vetted, peer-reviewed physics demonstrations that can be put into your classes. So to me, this is a pure open education resource because they're making it available. Different than a MOOC, because the MOOC has a massive open online, has open in its name, and it's not open. It's not open. It's closed to the people who are in it. It's not an open education resource. So to me, there's a controversy even there. But PhET, the Interactive Solutions out of UC Boulder, I think is a good example of something where it's a quality simulation. You can embed it in your course. It's for undergraduates. It's for graduates. And it's something that would take you years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to do as an individual.
And that's mainly what I was saying. It's not, again, the concept of the MOOC, because obviously it's not working, but what can we borrow from that concept? Like we all as faculty adopted textbooks. Not every one of us write a textbook. Back in my home country, everybody wrote their own book, but that we don't do here in the U.S. So it's very similar, to that. What can we borrow from these concepts that we can use and reuse so we can cut on the cost for offering our courses?
Like I mentioned, we use MOOC, but you can't get college credit for MOOC. They don't offer college credit. You can get a certificate or completion, for your individual accomplishment or something that your employer may give you for professional development. But you don't get college level credit courses. Credit for that. In terms of my IT lab and the other labs, we use that too. And also my math lab, we use that also. But we don't use it for the entire course. We use it in conjunction with other items to ensure student success. I just want to make sure I share that.
Thank you. Okay. Well, let's address our final topic here, the evaluation of online programs. Once we've gone through the multi-layered process of getting one started and dealt with all the myriad of aspects of running it and keeping it running, how do you evaluate it? Both for purposes of program review, which is required by the coordinating board, required by SACS, required by your institution, required by your system, how you do evaluation at the department level, how you do evaluation of individual faculty. And perhaps we can broaden it to also mean evaluation of students beyond the typical grading of a paper. So if anyone has any particular questions or issues you'd like to bring up, we have a lot of people here who are well informed on this. So it's a good opportunity to air out some issues. Do you all feel confident in your ability to assess your online graduate programs?
Well, Dr. Shelton, I'm sorry, I didn't want to call you out, but I was going to talk to you about this quality scorecard and how it could be an evaluative tool for some distance education courses.
Does everyone have a copy of it in front of you, the quality scorecard? Yeah.
It can be that review unless you have specific guidelines that the coordinating board or the accreditor wants, but I haven't found anything. That's why the scorecard was such an important research topic, because when I was an administrator, I couldn't get my hands around identifying it. SACS didn't identify it for me clearly. They gave me a few guidelines, but it wasn't specific. And so the scorecard, this is the second edition. It's been updated and reviewed, and it was developed through a Delphi panel of 43 experts, and several of those administrators were here in Texas. It was large schools, small schools, private, a very large for-profit. So I had input from across the board. And then the administrators had an average of 8.6 years of experience, and that was in 2009 when I measured that. And to have 8.6 years as an online education administrator, that's pretty good. And so they were well versed, well experienced. And so a Delphi study brings consensus, and so that's what the scorecard resulted in is consensus. So the original items that were examined were the 24 benchmarks in 2000 that came out from the Institute of Higher Education Policy, and Blackboard had a stamp on it, and the researchers were Marisotis and Phipps, and there were 24, and that's what's the most used in the literature, but again, they're not specific. And so the 24 started with the panel, and then they were all modified. They were added to, and so the original scorecard became 70. Now it's 75 with clarifications, and it has a scoring rubric that you can use. So the way it works, you can self-evaluate and use it as a review. I have a lot of feedback from schools that are using it for their SACS review. In fact, I know of one that just went through using the scorecard for their SACS review and got 0 questions or things they had to go back and do for it. Schools are putting it up online. They're answering it all and putting the artifacts, because the way you do is you self-evaluate a 1, 2, or 3, but you also write a justification for that score, and then you provide artifacts. So, for example, number 9, under institutional support, the institution has a governance structure to enable systematic and continuous improvement related to the administration of online education. So you would show artifacts such as a program review and how you're closing the loop, and how you're getting resources because you've closed the loop because you showed you need resources. For example, so you're able to show these artifacts, faculty trainings. If you go to the very last page, that's probably the toughest category to finish up. And Justin and I didn't know that we were going to both be here and even sit beside each other. And he's already shared with me that it was a lot more than they realized when you get into it. But this particular category is where all the real data is being collected. And as an administrator for a long time, and I've been speaking across the country getting to know administrators for a long time, very few of us, and I struggled with it too, could collect real data, real retention data. How do you do that when your students are dropping in and out of, they're going to online, they're going to on campus, they're going to hybrid? It's very difficult to really determine. I watched course completion very carefully. I watched satisfaction from faculty and students on services, and I did a lot of data collection. But this category has you collect that data. It's number 1, the program's assessed through an evaluation process that applies specific established standards. Well, obviously you're doing that through the coordinating board. You're doing that through SACS. You may be doing it through a discipline-specific accreditation. So you would show that process in those artifacts. And, there's very few programs right now that are scoring exemplary. But what's the best result of this project for me is the conversations that have started about quality all across campuses. So from student support services to, the writing center, to the registrar, to the faculty member, they're sitting down at the table and they're becoming more aware of the issues and how they're not really all in different little silos, and how it really does affect the entire college or the entire institution, and how important it is to have that reputation of having a quality program, because used to, if you build it, they will come, and that did work. But now there's so many that have built it that it's a large choice for you to go. And I shared my experience about Nebraska. I shared that because I wanted you to know that it was a very tough program to get in, but I had a choice. I had 21 hours at North Texas, and I transferred 18 to Nebraska. And so there's choices out there for online students, and they've become a very savvy consumer. And I know we don't like as educators to think of students as customers. I mean, I struggle with it. Believe me, I struggle with it. But it's happened, and I don't know that we necessarily should give in to exactly what they want and make it everything that they want. But I think that we have to work very carefully at showing that we have a quality program. And I've done lots of help with programs over the years, lots of consulting, and I actually looked at a program they wanted me to look at, and they wanted me to look at the courses, and the faculty were calling courses that had a single syllabus up an online course. That's all the materials they were giving them. They might send out an email during the course. So quality can vary, and I think it's better. I think it's much better now, but quality can certainly vary from program to program, from institution to institution. But at least you use a scorecard, you use the coordinating board guidelines, whatever. At least you have some kind of benchmark, and then you can set your goals. If I scored a 0, like I struggled when I was a dean, I couldn't score high. There's one category of one indicator, social and student engagement. Students should be provided a way to interact with other students in an online community, but it's outside the course, not inside the course. So what are we doing as a program or institution for providing a place for these online students to have a virtual community, have a virtual hangout? Because we do that for our traditional campus. We provide commons, we provide student centers, cool restaurants and cool coffee shops, but we're not doing that for online students. So are we allowing them a place? When I first had to evaluate my own program, I had to give myself a big fat 0 because I did nothing outside the institution or outside the actual courses. Then I began to develop a Facebook site, and there's different ways that we can do things. But what I did was, when I had scored myself a 0 in my SACS report that year, I showed all the scorecard and showed them a link to where they could go to my evaluation, and then wrote up my process or my suggestions on how I was going to close that loop and do this, and then remeasure it and see if I did a better job. And I did that with several areas in the scorecard. So I was showing SACS, and I'm doing a pre-conference workshop at SACS. This will be my second time to speak at SACS. Dr. Whelan is very appreciative and supportive of the scorecard, as is WASC and Higher Learning Commission. And then the reason the Online Learning Consortium has the copyright, I actually gave it to them after the study was finished, because I felt like that they were the one organization that was cross institution that could really support a quality initiative, some kind of standards, and that they had the way to get that out. So I just handed it over, and then I'm just the researcher now that helps with it and keeps it updated, and then I can consult. And then Sloan-C, or Online Learning Consortium, does have a process that a program can do the self-review, and this is pretty neat from your research to see it come into this 3D model. But they created an online tool for institutions to go in if you're an LLC member, and you can upload your scores, your artifacts, your justifications, and then you can have an independent review. So 3 different trained evaluators look at every item. They may go back and ask for more information, and then they agree or disagree with your score. Those 3 come together independently. They look at it independently of each other, and then they finally come together and determine, that final score. And OLC is giving out a seal that you can put on your website. But bottom line, whatever you're using, but something like this can really apply to your coordinating board and your SACS review, and just continuous program improvement. And the scorecard's a living document. It will continue to be reviewed, and it's also already being used in Latin America, in several of different countries. It's been translated into Spanish and Portuguese, and maybe after the first year, it'll be going into South America and Australia.
Dr. Shelton, is this the same as the Slogan-C? school card?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Online Learning Consortium. They had to change their name
Okay.
after they ended funds with the Sloan Consortium, and they're now standing on their own based on fees, just like Sarah's doing. They had to change their name, so this year they became the Online Learning Consortium.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
It also says on the website if you log in as a member, and I think this is fantastic. You know, it's gives you a range. It's very academic. It gives you from 90 to 100. You can be exemplary, and 80 to 89 you're acceptable, and below 59% is unacceptable. So it has a good correlation for academics. The other part it says on the official review is that you can, as was mentioned, you know, you can, if you get a score of over 202, which would put you in that 90% and above, you can get a seal for your program that would do this. And they do charge, it looks like, $7,500 for unofficial scorecard review by 3 trained evaluators, which may sound like a lot unless you're having your doctoral program or your graduate program reviewed or whatever. You're going to spend that kind of money too, you know. So, but even if you, the other thing I was wondering is, so let's say you don't do a trained assessment with evaluators, but somehow that you had sort of a way that the program itself could understand this tool. Because like we're a member of the Online Learning Consortium and have an institutional membership, and all of our faculty can do it, but I'm not sure that communications and physics and whoever would know how to use, maybe we would all know how to use the tool well.
Some of the scores would be the same for every program if you're using institutional resources, such as your LMS, such as 24/7 help desk support, you know, and you can actually, in the tool, you can actually divide it out and send, like the technology support section can go directly to IT. Somebody else in IT can write all that up and answer it. So a lot of that can be duplicated, so you wouldn't be answering the same thing, and you could just tell the programs, this is going to be, it's about this specific. If you're, you know, this, just answer these sections. What data are you collecting? What, you know, what are you doing anything specific for teaching and learning techniques or faculty support? You know, you would know as an institution, it's going to be different for every institution. It's going to fit a different way. For me, when I was dean, it was because I was centralized and everything went through me, it was easy to have one scorecard for the whole program. But larger schools are not going to be able to do that. But a lot of your scores will be the same. Some schools are putting it up on the website. You can look at San Jose State. If you do a search on San Jose State Quality Scorecard, you can see the entire scorecard and their artifacts and their scores. They're being transparent. And they have not done the formal review yet. But schools are doing it and finding that it is, again, it's about the process. It's not necessarily the end product, but it's about the process and really helping online education become embedded into the fabric of the institution, which is the way it's going to survive. If it's going to survive, it has to become embedded into the very fabric. What we struggled with was programs that started up on their own and a cottage type industry that were, you know, stuck over in continuing ed and struggled for finances, struggled for resources, and then, you know, the institution went, oh, well, we better, you know, we really do need to use this online. And things were already in place, but policies weren't established. That's where it kind of becomes really tough to deal with. But when it becomes embedded throughout the institution and it's part of the mission, I mean, it needs to be somehow part of the mission that the institution wants to reach students and provide a flexible, accessible environment so that you can support all the initiatives under that. But I'm happy to answer questions, or I have my card, anything, or you can contact OLC too. But, and again, I'm not necessarily saying this is the end all be all, but it's just something that, you know, we can all use and look at and kind of compare, you know, of like schools. So when I was at the small private, I would compare, and we would talk to other small privates, and, you know, always compare what we're doing and sharing. And you know, it's an exciting journey for all of us. I mean, it sounds like a lot of you are involved in online education, and it's exciting and scary, and
and whoever said that when MOOCs came out, they started looking for their job, I have to tell you, I thought the same thing. I went, oh my God, there went the quality. And I can't be associated with this. And I'm still not working with a MOOC or teaching with a MOOC, or I don't really necessarily want to, but I think they're going to a lot of them are going to kind of burn out. But having a goal of having a quality program is something that some programs that I've talked to in the last 5 years don't necessarily have. That's not one of their goals. One of their goals is for numbers. And having a large online program does not equate to a quality program.
Bonnie?
I wondered if you could give me some idea of what kind of feedback you get as part of the assessment. I heard that you get the scores and all of that, but or is it just a
No, you
certain score, you satisfied it?
No, you get a full written report. If you were to score close on something, or the evaluators had a really question, it's not a cut and dried, I'm sorry, you're only getting a 2, even if you had some more artifacts. There's a process. There's a process in place, and the team leader would work with the institutional representative, like Justin is who the evaluator, the key evaluator would work with, and see if there's more information that needs to be provided or more artifacts. And so it's not just a cut dry. It's a real live process that you have real people that you're dealing with. I'm actually an evaluator as long as I haven't consulted for that school. If I've done any consulting, then I step out and another evaluator takes my place. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You can also do it, it doesn't even have to be done in the tool. You can do it in a notebook. We used to do all of our SACS reports in notebooks with all of our artifacts. You can actually create a notebook to show it. It's easier to do it digitally, but just being able to substantiate what you're saying is, that's what all the accreditations want. All the key organizations want is for us to be able to prove that we're doing a good job.
I have a question for Justin. How are you going to implement this at Texas Tech? Is this across the entire university and all the colleges?
Well, our original thought was to do it in each one of our programs until we realized how much it was going to cost to do it in each one of our programs. So we're going to start with one institutional scan, and more in the middle of that. I actually wish we had done this probably a year or so ago, because we just submitted our CCR report to SAC COC. So had we already done this, we would have had all of this information already put together for online and distance ed. So we're doing one institutional scan. I will tell you it's taken us a whole lot longer than we thought it would. Our original goal was to get the information back to OLC August 1st, and then it became September 1st, then it became August 1st, and now we're still not done. Just trying to pull everything together, and getting all the different offices to give us information has, especially coming right after we finished a SACS review. So there have been questions on why are we doing this again. So we've had to do that. But we're doing one institutional scan that then we want to take and develop it as a strategic plan for distance ed at Texas Tech, distance ed and online learning. So we can say, this is what we're doing that we're exemplary, this is what we're doing that we're deficient, this is how we're going to get everything to this exemplary or accomplished, or whatever we decide the goal is, and how we're going to move it that way.
And we have them crosswalk. We have a scorecard crosswalk to each of the regional accreditors. And that's actually part of that workshop that I do before the conference. I'm doing it a couple of weeks in Orlando, where we actually put you in groups with your peers in your regional group, and then give you the crosswalk document, so when you fill out the scorecard, you actually finish the scorecard, it matches what competencies and standards in your accreditor, so you can actually port that information over and share it. If you're using Quality Matters or some kind of course rubric, and that's a standard for all your program or programs, then that will usually cover a lot of the course structure and course development categories, because they're just best practices. They're not. It's not rocket science. I promise. The biggest problem for you is trying to get a standard, to get everybody to agree on a standard, or try to get a standard implemented. It's tough.
How about tenure and promotion criteria? Any experiences at your institution with faculty who need to be or wish to be evaluated differently than other faculty because of their online graduate teaching? Or do you foresee any problems that could cause if you were to have online doctoral programs?
Well, for me, teaching in the Lamar program, I only teach online. We have a hybrid, and occasionally we'll teach a class there. That's just meeting once a month. So my evaluation is online, and it is part of tenure, and I go up for tenure next fall.
And we've had that for a long time at Sam Houston. Our education, many of our education programs have been online for 20 years, and those faculty have all gone through the tenure process. It doesn't really affect there that I've seen. I mean, I haven't seen any major difference or problems that we've run into because of that.
I think it does hurt at like Research One institutions. It has, because of the research focus. I know that when I started researching online, I wrote a book in 2005 with a colleague, and each chapter was a different issue, and that was tenure and promotion was a problem then, but it was like the bigger Research One whose faculty absolutely had to focus on the research end of it. So online teaching did nothing for them, and it didn't help them in any way.
At the University of Texas at El Paso, and I believe other UT systems, there is a requirement now for peer evaluation of your teaching, whether it's in the classroom or online. And one of the things we did was working with the Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning, developed a peer evaluation of teaching for online courses. So it was also that people who were just teaching fully online could get that piece in their TMP packages because it became a requirement. And so it was something that wasn't just done in the technology, and it was done through, with CTOL as well. And I think this is a good example because, like when I went up for tenure or whatever, I mean, even though I was teaching online, all my evaluations were done in the classroom. And now, having a way to do peer evaluation, if that peer is, a person in the department, a department chair, dean, an administrator, or however you want to define it, you have a tool, and that's something that you could also do, has a self-evaluation component as well. So it allows you to, because when you're doing this type of evaluation, right, you have a pre, and you have the course piece, and then the post, so that it's not punitive, right? It's to be helpful too. So this is something I think is catching on a little bit. A lot of people, even at my institution, didn't know we had it. I mean, even I work in the provost's office, and even people in our office didn't know that we had this tool available. So I think that's another challenge for us, is to find which tools are working and sharing them. But the fact that there are vetted, peer-reviewed tools for both the online environment as well as the face-to-face environment. And that would be something, if others wanted to, I'd be happy to share it with you as well, if it'd be something you'd be interested in.
I also know that when we had our graduate program review that we go through for the coordinating board, we had several of our online programs that went through that review, and one of the things that we did is when we sent the self-study report to our outside reviewers, we also allowed them in several of the classes as students so that they could see what it was like as a student, and then when they came to campus, we had them see what it was like as the instructor view. So we put them into the classes before they got on campus, and then when they came to campus, let them see what the instructors were seeing from that end so they could give us some good feedback on that.
Okay. Yes, Sonny?
Sorry, I was just going to add about the promotion and tenure bit. I think until institutions don't consider online teaching or online education as a separate entity, but actually consider it as part and parcel of the overall teaching portfolio of the department or the institution. Once we get to that stage, I think it becomes less of an issue for promotion and tenure, because then the department chair has the opportunity to distribute the teaching load, the teaching responsibility of the department, regardless of whether the method of delivery is online or face-to-face. It's one of the challenges that as we sort of develop a little more online education at the Academic Health Science Center, one of the thoughts that emerges from some faculty is, I should be getting more compensation for doing this because it's online. Again, the mindset is, this is something very different. But in point of fact, if the chair has the opportunity, or the dean or director of that particular program has the opportunity to distribute the teaching load and recognize that this is simply not an add-on, but part and parcel of the overall portfolio for that individual, then the matter gets sort of addressed. So I think that's what the mindset has to be. If there's a continued perception that online education is something a little more nebulous and it's a little separate from the status quo, it gets considered as an added layer as opposed to being integrated into the overall teaching methodology. So I just offer that.
Thank you. That's an excellent point. Okay, we have 15 minutes left. If there are some things that you would like to bring up that haven't been discussed, something completely off the wall, or if you would like to follow up on something that we partially discussed that you'd like to return to in light of the discussion that came after it. Sonny?
Actually, as part of the second phase of the discussion, as it relates to Sarah, someone raised the question of international students, and I guess it escaped me as I first peruse this document. This presumably, the SARA does not apply to international enrollees for courses. Is that correct or wrong?
Yes, it does. Rex, do you want to?
It does apply?
It does not. No. It does not?
No, as currently constructed, as I understand it, SARA does not apply to international students, students from institutions in other countries. I mean, we should be clear about that. It would apply to an international student if they were going to the University of Michigan and wanted to take a course in Texas, then it would certainly apply in that case, but it would not apply to students who are taking courses at universities or colleges outside of the country.
Although there would be a lot of other issues with visas that you have to be careful with at that point.
Oh, yeah.
When we're talking about international.
But just in terms of SARA alone, it wouldn't be that would not be a problem in terms of SARA, but it might otherwise, yes.
Just interesting, though, just last week, Germany went back and is offering free tuition to all of everybody in their country. And then they said, well, that's good if you speak German, but they're beginning to offer more and more classes in English. And I don't know how that's going to relate to online. If students from over here can start enrolling over there free, what does that do to to our institutions? So it's an interesting issue, and another one that, Sarah, we don't want to restrict our own institutions in this country from being competitive with one another when there ends up being other countries that are going to come after our students too.
Any other thoughts or questions? Something that hasn't come up? I'd be curious, just in summary, to get a sense from the room of your optimism about this, where you think it's all going, where you think what this conversation would be like if we meet again and do this 10 years from now. Online education as it applies to graduate programs. If you feel like this is a really bright future, or if you look at the next 10 years with a sense of dread, or if it's a sense of real possibility, do you feel like this is really opening things up, or do you think that this is making things harder? Just any sort of general gut reactions to where you feel this fusion is going, please.
About how, thank you, that's so helpful. How we are, we ideally would be moving towards more of a sense of how do we engage students, whether they're in the classroom or online, so that there's not this great distinction. And my own crystal ball, we'll see how well I do in 10 years, but is that it's going to be very fluid, back and forth between online and on-campus education. And part of why I think this, some of this is personal. It's always important to recognize when personal experiences are influencing your thought patterns. But my own daughter completed grades 7 through 12 in an online public education program in Ohio. And she's now a junior in college and loves it when she gets to take a class online. Doesn't always get, or often even get, that opportunity. But what I've seen, I've served, as Dr. Shelton has talked about, I've served as a dean, and I've had those central evaluations coming in, and I'll just close with this comment for myself. Engaged faculty are engaged faculty, whether they're teaching in the classroom or online. Their evaluations glow in whichever venue they find themselves teaching. Thank you.
Well, I would like to say that the future is very bright. And the reason for that statement is because for many of the programs that consist of a lab component, there are now excellent simulation programs that are real. Now you also have touch screen, and that is going to be engaged in the future. Whereas as a student enrolled in a course, let's take a medical field, or it could be an engineering field, or GIS, or computer science, or educational technology. Whereas you engage within the classroom, and then you can touch the screen, and then it can simulate different versions and different environment. So, and also we haven't even touched upon mobile devices and how that engage within the learning process. So now students can have mobile devices because the costs are now more affordable. And so globalization, all of these things are now going to contribute to this. And I too have completed a program completely online and also within the face-to-face environment. And I can tell you the online, from my point of view, was a little more challenging because I had to do more reading. But anyhow, to me, I'm excited, and I'm so honored to be involved with this at my institution.
And I guess just to temper that somewhat, I would say that I do think there's exciting things, but I also think that we always have to go into these things being a little cautious about what we do. You gain things by making steps in a different direction, and you lose some things by doing that too. And I think we have to make a cautious move towards those things. Mohammed, I think, said it really clearly when he was talking about the MOOCs. We all thought, oh, people are going to be running towards these things, and then all the problems that came up with that have started to show. And so I think it doesn't mean that it's not really exciting. I'm excited about the things that we can do online and the things, places that we can go with that. But I also think that we need to bring some research and caution to what we're doing as we go through this process.
I agree with Candy. Following up what you asked, was it going to be hard? Is it doom and gloom? Is it bright or exciting? I think it's all of the above. I think it's going to be hard for those of us who are kind of coming to the table a little bit late, but we've learned from the ones who've made the mistakes, so hopefully that part will be easier. I think the future is definitely bright, but we can't look at this as if it is like the MOOCs, like there's this end-all be-all. We don't know what technology or what's going to be created the next, or even being created right now, that's going to change the thing. So I think we have to be fluent in understanding that when something comes better, we have to understand jumping on, but still being cautious with our experience of everything that's bright and shiny may not be the best thing.
Now, he asked what was the viewpoint. I share my viewpoint. Of course, there's always going to be challenges. There's challenges in everything we do. And that's understandable. That's part of the tradition. That's part of everything. That's part of life. I understand that, there's going to be challenges, but there's also an exciting opportunity. And with excitement, there are always going to be those obstacles in the way. I mean, if we knew all the answers, then we wouldn't have to have this meeting today.
I guess I would add.
We're meeting face to face too.
Yeah, really. I was going to add. I'm sorry, Pam. Just that I think there's a tension that we have to address as well. That most of us are, state institutions, and there are decreasing state appropriations, and there are not many ways to raise to raise tuition. So the way to do that is to try to increase enrollments, and online or using technology is one strategy that people are using to try to increase enrollments at their institutions. The other thing that I think that was brought up today by both committees is this idea of quality versus quantity, and I think that that's a real tension because on the side of faculty side, I'm very concerned about the quality, although I am as an administrator. And on the administration side, I'm dealing with budgets and money that associates with people, right, that we employ. So this tension, I think, is something we have to recognize. And some of the people who I think that have been very forward-thinking in this, and UT Dallas is a good example to me personally, because they made some significant investments from their institution. They invested like $1 million in a Cisco system that is fantastic. They've got a studio for doing a lot of things now. They're putting sort of that, they're hedging their bets that way, and it starts at the president and the provost and on out. But that's a strategic decision they've made and an investment they've made to try to balance this quality versus quantity aspect. And that, I think, is one of the things, I guess, moving forward for all of us is, how do you maintain the quality while you need to increase your enrollments or the quantity.
This is a very big and complicated subject, and one that is clearly growing. And as Bill just said, we're sitting in a state where we are getting more and more student enrollments, but there are a lot of states where they're losing students and they're losing enrollments. And one of the only ways that they can raise enrollments at all is to go online and look for new ways. And if you're just looking at the research and what is really happening with online enrollments, I mean, within the last 15, 20 years, a third of our students are now taking at least one online class. So that's where the growth is. And, they're saying that had it not been for online growth, there wouldn't have been any growth in higher ed. So this really is our future, whether some would want to go here or not. But I think we're getting to the end of our day, and I wanted to specifically thank our three experts who came in, Wendy Prater, Justin Lauder, and Kay Shelton. I think you added a lot to our discussion, and I also want to thank the Graduate Education Advisory Committee for wanting to meet with this group. And I think the value from the Learning Technologies group is that these are discussions around practical issues. And sometimes we talk a lot about the technology and how to solve the problems, but when you're presenting the issues in front of us and then you can apply some of these, it became real and very relevant. So we thank you, and I think it would be a good thing to try to do this again in the future. So would like that. So. And any closing comments?
Real quick, just one quick announcement. Texas Distance Learning Association is going to be launching their journal. We're reviving it, setting it forth. So we are looking for editorial board applicants. So if and when you are interested, we'll be sending that out to the Ltac as well as to the GIEC. For anyone who is interested in that capacity, that should be going out as we celebrate National Distance Learning Week, which is actually in November. For those of you that did not know that, that is a United States Distance Learning Association sponsored event, and that is November 10th through the 14th. So we'll also be sending out events that we're doing collaboratively across the nation, so that way we can collaborate together and work with the resources that we already have. Why reinvent the wheel, as we mentioned. So if you do have anything planned at your institutions that you'd like to share, please feel free to let us know. That way we can market that across the state and across the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.